Sorry, just another quick aside. I don't see it in my calendar for work either, so I must be just totally out to lunch here on that date.
So apparently it got set back at the July meeting, and I know I had kind of missed it because it was in his strategic planning, and I forgot that that was the budget talks.
Thanks.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening here. We'll get the committee of the whole meeting for November 15th start here at 5 p.m. Call to order. I'll call committee of the whole meeting to order. Approval of agenda additions to the agenda. Recommendation reads that the addendum to the agenda to include a community petition associated with the 6.1 public hearing for zoning bylaw amendment Z0723 for Abercrombie Bartley to be approved, and that item 7.2.1 delegation from Julie Scarella, Georgian Bay Affordable Housing, be deferred to a future date, and that 7.1.1 delegations by GSS Engineering be deferred to item 9.2.1 DEV 2023-58 following staff presentation of the report and prior to taking the vote, and that the agenda be approved as amended. Need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Scholes, Councillor Day. Discussion. See no discussion. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. From the land acknowledgement statement tonight will be read by myself. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge with respect the history, spirituality, the culture of the Shinnebec, the people of the Three Fires known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and the Potawatomi Nation, who have inhabited this land from time immemorial, and further give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, now known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, as the traditional keepers of this land. We also recognize the Métis and Inuit, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. May we all, as treaty people, live with respect on the land and live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples. Declaration of security or interest. If anyone has a declaration, can notify us at any time. We can take that into consideration. Anybody got anything? Yes, Councillor Winters.
Thank you. I'll be declaring a conflict of interest on item number 6, as I've been involved in some tertiary treatment sewage discussions on that property.
Thank you for that. Further? See any further? All right. Announcements. Does any member wish to make an announcement? Seeing any there either. All right. Public hearings. The recommendation reads that the regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole be recessed to hold a public hearing for zoning bylaw amendment application Z0723 for Cindy Abercrombie and Shelley and Keith Bartle. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Scholes. Mayor Carlton. Discussion. Call the vote. All those in favor? It's carried. All right, on to the script. This meeting has been called to consider zoning bylaw amendment application Z0723 for the property legally described on Plan 857, Part Lot 31, RP 16R-3098, Part 6. Madam Acting Clerk, please advise the method by which notice to the public was given.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Notice of this public meeting was given by ordinary mail to all property owners within 120 meters, 400 feet of the subject property, by email to all the prescribed bodies on October 10th, 2023, posted at the subject property and posted on the Township of Georgian Bluffs website. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Georgian Bluffs before the proposed zoning bylaw is adopted or passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal a decision of the Township to a local planning appeal tribunal. The person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the local planning appeal tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party.
Thank you, Madam Acting Clerk. Planner, please proceed with your review of the application.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Tonight's public hearing is regarding zoning amendment application Z07-2023, which proposes to amend the zoning bylaw on the subject lands to permit a 10-unit cottage-style residential zone The resident development proposed on site will be have 10 small single detached homes in the following sizes. There'll be 4 240 square foot homes, 3 to 400 square foot homes, and 2 768 square foot homes, and each home will be separate as a detached unit. The proponent of this development is hoping that the development will represent an affordable housing option for residents and has expressed a desire to work with the township and partners in delivering the development of an affordable housing option. Access to the site will be provided from Joint Street with a shared driveway providing access to each home. All residents will be provided with municipal water and will share a community septic system, and a conceptual site plan was provided in the report provided to council. Moving on to pass the planning policy pieces on to the relevant consultation. As the clerk mentioned, notice of the proposal was circulated to all residents within 120 meters of property. Excuse me. And a copy of this notice was also provided to relevant commenting agencies, including Grey County and the Grey Salvo Conservation Authority. As of the authoring of this report, over a week and a bit ago, no comments were received from the commenting agencies at this time. We have received several comments from neighboring property owners, and these comments generally relate to neighborhood character, compatibility, suitability of the site for this form of development, and traffic impacts. In terms of this evening's meeting, the purpose of this public hearing is to allow for public input and to gather any related comments and or concerns in an open venue in the presence of council. It should be noted that no decisions are being rendered this evening on the application. A future recommendation report will be provided to council and committee at a future date once all relevant comments and any required studies and additional information requested by the commenting agencies has been submitted and reviewed to the satisfaction of those agencies.
Thank you, Michael, for that report. Welcome to the agent for the applicant, Darlene Stefano. Is she present? Go on up to the mic there and you can give your comments.
So we have a video to better explain in a lot less time than it would take me to explain what we want to do. So I'll leave it for this to be loaded up and started, and then I have a few comments afterwards. Okay,
Thank you.
so I will sit while that's being played.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so just want to make a couple of summary points here and concluding highlights. So a special piece of property in so many ways. Our intent is to respect, work with the site to create a place to celebrate in Shallow Lake. From the foundational terrain to the current forest cover and the connection points next to the village center area. We're facing a serious challenge, better described as an attainable housing crisis. One vital solution is to wisely expand the range of housing options for people with gentle infill and efficient smaller footprint homes. Additionally, in layouts that encourage and support community, enhancing connections and a social bonus for residents in and with the surrounding community. This is at the heart of Pocket Neighborhoods. This project aligns well with the newly revised Grey County Official Plan, in keeping with official plan goals and opportunities of developing complete communities, sections 1.4.1 and complete streets, section 8.2. Minimum lot standard size should be updated alongside zoning to allow for more compact development. This will facilitate cohesive community design where people's needs are easily accessible and convenient. This proposed development is a good fit with a clear focus for 2 cottage court clusters of quality built, energy efficient, small homes in a pocket neighborhood for 55 plus people. All will be owner occupied homes, no short-term rentals. Owned and managed locally as an eco-friendly, sustainable neighborhood cooperative. A compact but diverse, green, walkable neighborhood with residents who can be active in the life of the community of Shallow Lake. Short hop to the rec center or for a coffee at Amici's, a stroll for mail, or a visit to Allen's General Store. From its current state, with garbage being dumped onto the property, into a living and contributing green pocket to celebrate in Shallow Lake. Bus connections are available to larger centers for shopping, medical, and other appointments in Hepworth, Wyerton, and Owen Sound. Plans for the development include an e-bike share station. Smaller homes here are in the range from a compact 240 square foot through to 400 square feet and to a maximum of the 768 square feet. If energy efficiency meets or exceeds the Ontario Building Code minimums, low maintenance, accessible floor plans, and exterior access with single car parking adjacent to their home. Servicing the site, as we mentioned in the video, is through municipal water and a traditional septic system. It would take up far too much space that we would rather have not be disrupted, and therefore we've opted for an advanced tertiary. I knew I was going to do that. Thank you. Tertiary 3-stage treatment plant system rather, as it is site sensitive, causing less disruption to the site. The development will preserve, enhance the forested nature, a lower connecting walking path with benches, new trees to be planted to replace the areas disturbed, basic amenities, scenic benches, the gathering place for picnic and fire pits. Additional elements will be determined by the community members themselves. Pocket neighborhoods equals building on village principles, from homes as commodities to neighborhoods that build connections for quality of living. Feature welcoming access points, facilitate access and internal movement, benches and viewing points with walking path clustering and connecting around and to a central area. In this case, the mid-level bowl, it's a green area that you saw on that one picture. Or what we might call the commons gathering area, with places and spaces for interaction. There's less emphasis on the car. Still needs access, but not the design for dominant feature. Landscape, people, and connections matter much more. Along our journey, we've have had regular meetings with Georgian Bluff planner Michael Benner and other township staff. We met with Grey Bruce County Planner Scott Taylor and Grey County staff for input around what needed to be looked at from Grey County perspective. We also met with Grey County ecologist, project overview, a site visit, and he suggested 2 plants for each live tree that we remove to be replaced and enhance the edges of the property. Gray Sable Conservation was contacted. They have no concerns to this property. Sago Ojibwe Nation, they were there Monday this week. They did an archaeological visit and they have no concerns at all either. The aspirations and conditions for a registered cooperative on this site signal a keen desire to build a thriving cluster of small and attainable homes with shared amenities that could be a real gem alongside the community of Shallow Lake. We really want to thank Georgian Bluffs. We really do. Your support has been wonderful during this whole process in addressing attainable housing solutions for residents. We respectfully ask that Council express its ambition to move forward with a gentle infill of smaller cottage clusters and a healthy pocket neighborhood development by approving the rezoning of this property.
Thank you for that, Darlene. That was a great presentation, and I was going to ask the acting clerk here, can we get a copy of that slideshow? It was a lot of information in a short period of time, so I think we could all use a copy of that. So
Yeah.
we can read it again.
For sure, and I'll email this to Michael as well.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Darlene. Appreciate the presentation.
Any questions?
I don't, any questions for anybody? It's information for right now, so, oh, Councillor Colburn, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Pringle, and through you to the presenter, thank you for coming this evening. I didn't get any sound coming through in the video, but I hope that didn't matter. It was, I was able to read along with all of the captions, so that was great. I just wondered regarding one of the concerns that some folks seem to have is around these houses becoming rental properties. And I noticed in your presentation, it said no short-term rentals. I guess my question is, how is it that once the places are sold and the cooperative is set up and there's a board, how is it that you could prevent that from happening after the property has been sold and the co-op has been set up? Could they not, as a board, like a condo corp, decide that would be allowable? And I hope that's a fair question. If not, please let me know.
No, it's a very fair question. And we did have conversations with a municipal lawyer as well as a cooperative lawyer. And their response to us was that you manage this through a resident cooperative occupancy limits and rental use prohibition will be ensured within the title registration and the cooperative bylaws and policy, in which you can put an irrevocable clause that they cannot change it. And it's especially due to what we are announcing as the constraints for septic, which is why we are limiting the number of people that can be there. So rentals are not allowed. Short-term rentals are not allowed, and that will be there. So that is one. The second one that the lawyer said, if you wanted to be even more, 100% more, 1000% more, it could be a provision on the rezoning that takes place, so that gets noted in there as well. So then you've covered everything. And in addition to that, putting into the bylaws of the cooperative that it cannot do this, and it cannot contravene any government authority, which would be if the township here decided to do that. So it's covered 3 different areas where they could not make those changes. Did I answer you well enough? Thank you.
Great question, Councillor Colburn. All right, now we're good. Okay, perfect. Oh, Councillor Day.
Thank you. Councillor Colburn actually asked one of my 2 questions already, so I only have one, which is maybe a good thing for you. I did want to say I appreciate your vision for both environmentally friendly housing as well as attainable and affordable housing. Those are both needs within our community, and we do need some creative thinking about how to make that happen. So I'm glad that you're nudging the municipality towards this, and perhaps Shallow Lake, and I look forward to seeing going through this process with you. We do have some comments coming in from neighbors in Shallow Lake, and I wonder if you have a strategy for, because you do talk about a neighborhood feel within the development, and I think ideally that neighborhood feeling would extend to the extended neighborhood as well. So I think there are some strategies I heard about at a housing forum, but I was wondering if you have made any progress in that regard, or are needed, have some ideas or need some ideas about how to bring a neighborhood along with something new, which can be threatening to people.
So what exactly is the question? I'm
So
sorry.
my question is, have you got a strategy for communicating with neighbors who do not like the development?
We are open. I can certainly call them. I don't have a problem doing that. But we have, which I did not read because it's a little bit lengthy, we have responded to every objection or the petition questions and all of that, which will be supplied to council as well. I didn't want to take up a lot of time in doing that here. However, that is part of the piece back. It's also a very walkable piece, and with the benches that are going to be along the ridge, the lower ridge, there's no reason that community cannot enjoy walking on that property and enjoy that walking trail as well. It will be further down, so it won't be where the houses are. The houses will be facing the away from the road. They'll be facing into the nature. And it's a beautiful view, absolutely stunning, which is why we don't want to put the houses throughout it. We want to keep the look that's there. But there will be, as I say, walking paths. We are doing an e-bike solar station, I guess we'll call that. And so we're doing that there as well, because it will help a lot of seniors, especially my colleague Bob behind me, who rides an e-bike even in the winter. So there are a lot of people that do ride e-bikes, and we felt that was an important aspect as well to put there. As far as community is concerned, we hope that they, embrace this, because it is good for the community as a whole. We're looking at 55 plus people give to the community more so than those working normally. I won't say that for everybody, but normally, because they have the time. They have time and they want to give back to the community and get involved in community. So, and because of that, that is certainly a big help, it being within the community, that they can walk to the local areas and they can support and get involved. So I don't know if I totally answered you or not, but I've done my best.
You did fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Scholes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ringo. So personally, thank you for coming tonight. This was a good presentation, and I want to preface this by saying I'm someone who is all for sustainable housing, and I was pleased to hear that this won't be a short-term accommodation or rental style place. But my question is on page 18 of our agenda package, and it was an email from Natasha. Just wanted to support that. Her comments are that the community interests are protected. So echoing what Councillor Tobin Day said a minute ago, that community is important in this regards. Just wanted to ask council, is there an opportunity for community comments to be heard tonight? Are we interested in having any? My point is, I think protecting the community interests here is really important, Shell. So
Go ahead, Noel.
So to you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, members of council, one of the things we might be able to work with the applicant on, depending on how the rest of the evening goes, and if it's something which would be valuable for the applicant, sometimes during site plan conversations before they come back to council, if there are concerns that are raised, we can work with the applicant to arrange a community meeting, which wouldn't necessarily be this meeting, which is about hearing comments, but that would be a meeting where comments could be raised and discussed between community members and the applicant to help ensure that communities, that these sorts of developments embed within community. And that's certainly one of the things that we can take away, depending on how the rest of the evening goes.
Thanks for that, Noel. Mayor Carlton.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Darlene. I think the concept is really good. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Mhm.
You mentioned a tertiary septic system. I'm noticing on this updated layout that there's 2 septic systems marked. So there would actually be 2 systems put on so that each one would be serving 5 houses?
Correct.
Okay.
That would have been the same if it was traditional. There would have been 2 class 4 systems for traditional. The problem is the beds take up too much space, and we did not want to disturb that much space, where these ones are about 1/4 of the space of your traditional septic bed area.
Okay, that's fine. And then in your comments, you mentioned that you had Saugeen Ojibwe Nation and Grey Sauble Conservation Authority there. In both cases, you've indicated they had no objections. Are they sending, that's just a verbal comment you have from them? We don't have those letters in writing, and I'm kind of looking over to Michael, who now has his hand up.
Thank you through Deputy Mayor to the mayor's comments. We've just very recently, within the last couple of days, received a written confirmation from the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation as well as the Grey Salvo Conservation Authority that they do not see any concerns on the property.
Thank you for that, Michael. All right, any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Deborah. Or Darlene, sorry. Darlene, for your presentation. Yeah, thank you. All right. Members of the public registered with the clerk to provide comments in support or opposition up to the application. First up, April Peralt. She's online. Welcome, April. Uh-oh. Okay, perfect. Susan Brown.
Good evening, Council. I believe you each received a petition that was taken up in our neighborhood. We are all for affordable housing, but it just does not appear to conform with our neighborhood. Oh, good. Yes, I have a granddaughter here with me yelling Nana. We don't feel that it conforms to the peace and quiet of our neighborhood. That's a lot of people in a small area. And I understand the short-term rentals. I agree completely. That definitely has to come off the list. That's perfect. Happy to hear that. But we still feel with the amount of traffic and the amount of people with us already having a traffic problem is this project, we are against it. And a number of the immediate neighbors have signed the petition as well. So I'm more or less just the person who wrote the letter and people signed it. It's got everybody so upset. I don't know if I can say anything else. Do you have?
All right. No, Susan, appreciate your comments, sir. Dana McMillan, comments? No comment. You know, okay. Very good. Natasha, same. You have to come up to the mic, please.
So good evening, Council. So I live nearby this property. I've lived there all along. I'd like to continue living in this area, and I understand affordable housing, super important. I still live at home. I can't afford to live here. But I'm also not necessarily under the impression that this is going to make a positive difference to the affordable housing in this area. I don't think I'm going to be able to afford one of these homes. I don't think it's going to help me or other people like me get a home like this. It's not geared towards families who want to live in the area. It's the septic system won't allow it. So in that sense, I think families are someone who really is struggling for affordable housing, and this won't solve that problem, unfortunately. In addition to that, this land is extremely steep. I haven't seen the measurements of where the properties are supposed to go, but I do encourage people to take a look at this piece of land. There's about a 10-meter elevation change covering the property, according to GIS topography maps. And I do think that's very significant. Makes you wonder about things like erosion, and when it rains really heavy, where's all that water going to go if the natural environment is disturbed? Because right now, the natural environment is doing its job. And if it's torn up in any way, changed in any way, we don't yet know how that's going to affect the properties below that hill. I wasn't really prepared to speak, so that's all I've got for right now. But thank you for your time, and thank you for taking a moment to listen.
Thanks, Natasha. All right, does the council have any further questions on the proposed application? Yep, Councillor Day.
It's actually about the petition. Is that an appropriate time to ask a question about the petition? Which is,
You can't, yeah.
we've
it's actually
heard from
next in the-
Sue Brown. It's next on the agenda.
Right.
So I can wait to. No,
Sounds good.
I just know the folks who were involved in the petition may still be listening. I was wondering if they received any feedback about the format of the petition, just to ensure that any future petitions that we receive hopefully have the information about the petition at the top of every single page and not just on the first page. From what I understand, that is, at least for provincial and federal, and I would assume municipal politics, the required format for petitions.
But certainly makes sense to have that on the top there. Well,
But we're, through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, our principal planner is just busy searching through to see. I believe we have definitely different regulations when it comes to these sorts of things. If it was submitted as individual letters, even if each individual letter is the same letter, just with a different signatory, each person would be registered as having made independent comment on this one. So
Oh, sorry.
yeah, so just confirmed through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, the document as we've received, in essence, that letter we will read it into the minutes as if that letter has been received by each member that has signed that letter.
If I might clarify, from what I understand, this is a security function of the format of a survey, or sorry, of a petition, where each page has to have the information about the petition at the top. So the first page, it's clear that those folks signed that petition. The pages below it, I'm not saying I don't trust the folks who took around this petition. I'm acting under good faith that this is the folks on pages 2, 3, and so on weren't fooled by a separate document.
Yeah, so through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, I'm sure the principal planner will tell me if I'm way out of line here. So the nature of a zoning application, which is subject to public comment, the volume of comment raised is not necessarily indicative of the decision that will be rendered. And so it really is the nature of the comments that are raised and concerned from community members and from commenting agencies that reiterate it. And we have the required information on the form here for anyone that feels ultimately that we don't do them justice, that the form as submitted would allow any of those individuals to pursue this to further measures if they so wished, and appeal any decision that may come from council in due course. And so it's not so much the volume that will draw the attention, it's going to be the things which are in the letter, which are the points of concern. And it doesn't actually matter too much whether it's one person or a dozen people that raise that from a planning perspective. Certainly from a council perspective, that might be something which weighs on council's mind when they come to making a decision ultimately on this one. I believe I'm broadly there.
thank you for that follow-up. You're good. Okay, Councillor Colburn, a question?
Thank you, Chair Pringle. It's more of a comment along the same lines as what Councillor Day just described. During this process, it was brought to my attention from a resident that our planning comment form online is difficult for folks to find. And in fact, I found it difficult to find as well. In addition, it's not very clear what the purpose of using that form is. So I just wanted to bring that to staff's attention. And I actually did have a quick chat with our acting clerk, who was very agreeable to hearing that feedback. And hopefully we can get the word out there and make these kinds of forms and commenting accessibility a little bit better. Thank you.
No, thanks for your comments. All right, I'm gonna circle back to April. Able to get back online there? No? Yep. What's your second chance? All right, so moving on. I'll now call for a vote on this motion on the decision. And that report DEV 2023-57 be received for information relative to the November 15th, 2023 public hearing. Need a mover and a seconder. Councilor Scholz, Councilor Day, discussion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. All right, I will now call for an adjournment of this hearing. I need a mover and a seconder. Mayor Carlton, Councilor Scholz, call the vote. All's in favor? That is carried. This public meeting or public hearing is now adjourned. On to 6.1. 6.1.1, community petition in opposition to application Z-07-23. Recommendation reads that the community petition be received for information and that staff be directed to include the petition as part of the public record associated with zoning bylaw amendment application Z-0723. Need a mover or seconder. Councilor Day, Councilor Scholz, discussion. Call the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. All right, on to delegations, public question period. 7.1 items on the agenda. Any person who wishes to appear before council regarding an item on the agenda shall make a written application to the clerk by 3 p.m. the day of the meeting. To register, www.georgianbluffs.ca/delegations or call the clerk's office at 519-376-2729, extension 603. All right, welcome back, Councillor Winters. 7.1.1 Water and Waste Master Plan, GSS Engineering Consultants. Doing that now, is that's or we're deferring that to the staff report. Skip it. Yep. Sorry.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Is this not the time that delegations will be received concerning items on the agenda? I am registered.
Yep, you're next, John. You're in my next sentence.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. So yeah, 7.1.1 is deferred to staff reports. We now go to John Gibson, 9.4.1, CAO 2023-11, Potawatomi Water Supply. Welcome, Mr. Gibson. You have 15 minutes to speak.
I certainly hope not to use that much of your precious time, Mr. Chairman, but through you and to administration and council. I want to thank administration, specifically Niall Lobley, for his attention to our issue in the past months, and also previous CAO Fletcher for her attention to this matter. I also want to thank council for bringing this forward on the agenda within a year, as they had promised that they would address the issue at least within the year, and that was unanimous during the election campaign and also in their first meeting. However, I also want to remind council that I have dealt with 3 mayors on this issue, 3 councils and 4 acting CAOs. And our water system has not improved in spite of a number of efforts. I do take exception to the report, second paragraph in the background statement that suggests that the Potawatomi residents are most concerned with water pressure. It has always been our concern that what we're after is clean, healthy water for our community, and that the health of our community is number one. We are concerned about the pressure problems and fire suppression, as we've also discussed, but health and clean water is very important. Back in January, when council made its report on water systems, then Councillor Purdy, Deputy Mayor Purdy and Councillor Thompson referred to our water, and their quotes were, and that's on record, quote, muddy and dirty. I think that that's actually a conservative statement for the water that I receive at my home. Now, administration has made significant efforts with Aqua and with Walkerton Clean Water to improve the situation, especially the iron sequestration problem that we have. And Walkerton was not able to come up with a better alternative than the sodium silicate that keeps getting added in great volumes to our water to sequestrate out the iron. The problem here is twofold. Number one is that in Aqua's last water statement, which is on our website and and has been approved and sent through council, that the sodium levels in the Potawatomi water system exceed 50% of MAC, and there's an asterisk that says that when sodium in the water exceeds 50% of the MAC, that anyone who is on a sodium restricted diet and or taking antihypertensives should seek help from their physician. I think that this certainly substantiates that we have a water problem in terms of the health for our residents and our community. I'll move on very quickly. Yes, there are issues with pressure, but also more recently, a very sad and tragic event took place where one of our homeowners lost their home to a fire, which could have very easily on any other day with some wind really had catastrophic results to the adjacent residences. When I went down to the fire at 5 o'clock in the morning, there were then 3 and later 4 fire departments on the job. And the biggest frustration they had was water. And they were frustrated with water and trying to contain things. We have suggested, because council had suggested to us in a presentation in 2018, that the water system is outdated, needs to have a new source, and that this would improve the health of the water, the cleanliness of the water, the pressure of the water, and that we would have fire suppression. We're looking forward to today's presentation as the contents of it, subject to being able to work with the city of Owen Sound, could and all likelihood would solve all 3 of these problems. I'm encouraged by this report, and I'm very happy to see it on the agenda. And as I said at the beginning of my comments, I'm very pleased that it is being dealt with in this calendar year. I will remind also council and administration in the background statement, it talks about 25 properties that receive water. There are 22 and there never will be more than 22 that can receive water according to the bylaws, and who is built in there, it's built out. Although that always continues to be a problem as maintenance and capital costs increase, and I'm very much aware that the township wishes to keep water systems subsistent on their own capital costs, maintenance. This system is outdated and requires a great deal more money than is worth putting into it at this point in time, and I'm looking forward to finding a new source. Thank you very much for your time today. I look forward to hearing your deliberations on this presentation, and hopefully finding its way onto your budget this fall, and finding a solution that meets the needs and concerns of our residents from a health standpoint, from a utility supply standpoint, and also making reasonable capital costs to them over a period of time, which I will remind council again, as I've reminded administration many times, that when the initial presentation was made, the costs borne out from the bringing the water from East Linton was a figure which I have supplied the cost sheets, which Mr. Graham had supplied to us at the time in September of 2018. But it also included a 50% grant, infrastructure grant from the province. And much to my dismay, as I've said on numerous occasions, those applications were never made. The project was dropped. We're very interested in seeing something done, and we hope that we can find something with help of the province through infrastructure grants and with help of council through an amortization project, perhaps over the next 20 years. And along with that, we sincerely hope that those figures will reflect the need that council said that we had back in 2018, which has not changed and only gotten worse in the meantime. We speak to the concerns about cleanliness and health. We speak to the concerns about pressure, but we also speak to the concerns of the environment and this is not a trivial process. We've now documented this, the number of appliances, major appliances that have had to be scrapped owing to the iron buildup in the water system. And according to Aqua, one of the biggest problems we have in Potawatomi on Atkins Street is that the volume of water that's used daily is in the neighborhood of 15 cubic meters a day. It used to be 22 meters a day, cubic meters a day, and that low volume of water that's being used is causing water to sequestrate, to leave sequestration, dislodge into the pipes and into the appliances of our homes. This is not a small item, and it's going to get worse and go on. So I'm sure that you've heard me make this point a number of times before, but I'm pleased to see it's on your agenda and that you'll be discussing it today and hopefully sending it to budget. Thank you very much for your time today, and we wish you the very best in your deliberations on this item today. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your comments, Sarah. Yes, it's not too far down the agenda here, and we'll be into the wastewater management questions for sure. Thanks again. So for items not on the agenda, any person who wishes to appear before council regarding an item not on the agenda may make a written application to the clerk by the Thursday preceding the meeting they wish to speak at. To register, www.georgianbluffs.ca/delegations or call the clerk's office 519-376-2729 extension 603. All right, correspondence, we have nil. We are now heading into staff reports. 9.1 is the Community and Environmental Services. 9.1.1 CES 2023-025 Winter Operations Plan. Recommendation reads the report CES 2023-025 be received for information, and that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the proposed winter operations plan attached to Schedule A be approved. I need a mover and a seconder. Councilor Scholes, Councilor Winters, discussion on that piece. Seeing any, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Oops, sorry, I better wait. Get ahead of myself. Yeah, Jerry, sorry about that. I'm gonna cut you out there. Jerry, would you like to speak to the report? Getting ahead of myself.
Keep going, go ahead. It's okay. It is for information. I just wanted to mention, I guess, as in the past, the department has produced a winter operations plan for council to endorse to set the levels of service for the winter maintenance. And I'm here to answer any questions if so have any.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions for Council? Councilor Winters?
If I may, through you, Chair, to Jerry, I mean, perfect. It's nice to see that. I battled for this last year that came in front of council, so we could minimize some of the comments and concerns we received through the winter months. But wondering if there's the option of adding some information in here, just to clarify the public's perception. I mean, we do a patrol, I assume, on a regular basis, deployed at a certain time. In winter events, the plows are called out at a certain time. But it's always that afternoon shift that the public is concerned about, right? And I think, is there a way to put in this report that we don't plow 24 hours a day? That the majority of our plows run from X to X. There's limited service at certain periods of the day. There's whatever that is, just to get that conception out there. So on a Saturday morning, they don't expect that, there's the same level of service you saw on a Monday morning or garbage. Those are the kind of concerns that we as council do receive. And I think if we could clarify that, I know historically there was some of that information was in here, but whether we can put it back is my question.
Jared, take a comment.
Sure, yeah. If if it would assist in, instead of bringing this back to, we could put more information on the website to address those specific concerns. I know you are aware, and you are completely true, that our levels of service are the minimum maintenance standards in this case, which it will depend on how much snow we get on a certain day. But because of the class of roads that we have, it is basically a statement that it would be done once per day at a minimum. And if the storm continues, we will keep addressing as schedule allows. But it would, if appropriate, we could add some additional information to the website to assist with those questions.
Thanks for that. Follow-up question?
No, I think that would be great. I mean, it just, our demographics are changing. We're getting a lot of newcomers to the area, you know, and I just think it's important they understand that at 10 o'clock on a Thursday night, that you're not going to see the plows running up and down Big Bay Hill. Those are the kind of things, right? And it's inherent. It is what it is. But I think the more information we can get out there, the better we're all going to be.
Mayor Carlton.
Thank you. And I would just agree with Councillor Winters on that. I think if we can let the public know a rough idea of what time those plows will be going out so that they understand our normal policy is to have those plows out before school buses start running and before people are putting their garbage out. I think that was one of our complaints last year, was that we told people to put their garbage out at 7 and we didn't bring the plow out till 8. So if just additional information there would, I think, alleviate a lot of the questions and concerns that the public would have. So thank you.
That's good. Go ahead, Noel.
Yeah, so through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, I think we heard quite clearly. This is a fairly dry document. You understand some of the language that's in there, minimum maintenance standards and stuff like that. To be absolutely honest, the average resident probably doesn't care too much about minimum maintenance standards. I think the point's well made. Some sort of fairly easily digestible, what can I expect from a snowplow this winter, I think is something we can 100% take away and put up front and center on the website. And for anyone that's listening that's interested, our general intent is we are going to try and get as much snow off the road before you need to leave your house in the morning as is possible. And that's what we're going to try and do throughout this winter. We'll make sure it's nice and clear on our website what you can expect that to look like. So we'll take that away and work on that over the next few days.
Thank you, Noel. All right, now I'll call the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. All right, 9.2, Development and Infrastructure Services. 9.2.1, DEV 2023-58, Water and Wastewater Master Services Plan, Phase 2 Draft Report. And the recommendation reads that council receive report DEV 2023-58 for information. Need a mover and a seconder. Okay, Councilor Shoalice, and I will now turn it over to staff.
Yeah, so I'll keep my comments very short here. So through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, this is going to be a bit of a refresher of some information which has been shared in previous settings and previous councils. There's been a number of issues that have brought this to light that we need to dig into this, and certainly we've heard one delegation speak about it. We've had some conversations over the last few weeks, and indeed there was a delegation a few weeks ago that was had queries and questions around the East Linton system from a water and wastewater master plan perspective. A body of work that was started a number of years ago has perhaps not progressed as quickly as was intended at the time. So really what we're doing is we're coming back with a little bit of an update on where it sits for members of council that may be new and not have seen this in the past, to address some of the questions that have come up over the last few months, and to really talk about what the next steps are. And it is our hope that this is just simply an update on a process that has started, and a process which we hope to continue going forward on. Obviously, we're pending on some of the conversations that we have today. So I am by no means an engineer. I am very new to the township, quite new to my role. And so I am going to hand the floor over, if I may, Deputy Mayor Pringle, to people that know far more about this one than me. So while Jacob's coming up, so back in 2021, GSS Engineering were engaged to undertake a master servicing plan, and GSS are here today to go through where that currently sits and to steer us to any questions you might have. Welcome.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks very much, Niall, and it's a pleasure to address council tonight. And I know a few of you folks for quite a few years. I believe you have our PowerPoint we're presenting tonight. And Niall's warned me that we perhaps have 15 minutes. So we're going to go through it fairly. And I'm going to start and talk about a few things, and then Jacob's going to take over and I'll come back. By the way, I'm Jeff Graham, president of GSS Engineering. I almost said Henderson Pad from my former days. So I will start, and I believe, yes, if do you guys anybody need a hard copy tonight? Okay, and in terms of advancing the screen pages, you got me? Okay, all right. Okay. So first slide. So these are really the major objectives. And I'm going to speculate 2 years ago, former staff were concerned that, how much capacity really remains in the East Linton water system. So this master plan looks at the long-term needs of the East Linton water system and includes the wastewater system, which is quite unique, of course, to your township. And it builds a little bit, but not directly upon the former 2018 Class CA we did to look at bringing water out to the Brook area. So part of this is we have a real good look at your current water demands and the service population. We want to evaluate the physical condition of your water system as best we can. Of course, it's getting older every day. Some portions are quite old. We looked at some short-term needs for your water system, particularly the water distribution system, the water mains, the water pipes. And then we look at what are the future likely populations that need to be serviced and the growing water demands that accompany more population in the future. We also looked at the long-term water treatment and distribution requirements with those additional service populations and the costs. We're not really evaluating the water treatment plant so much but looking at what is the realistic potential for it to expand and service communities or portions of the East Linton community outside of Cobble Beach. And that was contemplated in the original agreements that were signed with Cobble Beach on possibly sharing the capacity of the wastewater system with folks outside of the Cobble Beach. And that's important for water capacity because if you have sanitary sewage servicing capacity, now you have a lot you can afford to build and you can build a much tighter lot density fabric. You're not relying on large lots for septic systems. So in our presentation today, we have assumed that those sewer extensions do happen at some point. And there's several subdivisions south of Cobble Beach that would be the benefactors of sanitary sewage servicing. So we've kind of taken a worst case perspective on what the water demands could be in the future. And then moving on to the next slide, we are doing the master plan in accordance with this chart that's been around in the Class CA world for years and years. And we're really down into phase 2 of this process where we've done a bunch of preliminary work. We've got some preliminary recommendations, and I think we're approaching the time where we could go and advertise for public meeting and get general feedback from the community on what we're proposing. Next slide, please. Going to let Jacob take over here.
All right, so I'll tell you about the existing East Linton water system here. So the existing water system in East Linton spans about 8.4 kilometers from Presqu'île area in the north down to Indian River in the south, and from Grey Road 1 in the west to the western shore of Georgian Bay is only about 1 kilometer wide as it spans that length. Many of the water mains we see around the water distribution system are aged, as Jeff mentioned, and undersized, with some areas being 75 millimeter or 100 millimeter diameter, which are quite small water mains. And the water treatment plant providing water throughout the system is located at East Linton Side Road and Grey Road 1, the intersection there. And this water treatment plant has a rated capacity of 2,600 cubic meters per day. So it's kind of an important number for our study as we continue here. And this water treatment plant services the majority of homes in East Linton, save for a few sections that water mains haven't currently or have not been extended to within East Linton. There is a water standpipe in the system. It's located on the west side of Gray Road 1, just across from the entrance to Cobble Beach. And this standpipe provides pressure control and water storage to the system. One complexity to the East Lytton water system is that there is a 55-meter elevation difference from the west side to the east side. It drops towards the shore there. And this creates two distinct pressure zones with kind of your higher pressure naturally in the lower sections and kind of a lower pressure in the higher section of the system up on the west side, which we'll see in a second. And there's also virtually no looping with such a long and kind of slender system. Many areas are serviced by a single water main that spreads, far to the north and far to the south without multiple avenues for water to get one side or the other. So if we go to the next slide here. So this is a drawing. It might be kind of hard to see on the screen here, but this is a drawing of your existing water system in East Lytton. We have blue lines, which might be not very distinguishable on this on the display here, but the blue lines represent existing water mains. And one thing we see on this drawing is down Gray Road 1 to the south. There's only one single water main, as on Balmy Beach Road. In the south, there's a separation between the north and the south section, and then there's only a single water main running up Gray Road 1 to Cobble Beach area, and then that single water main snakes its way through Cobble Beach and up to Presqu'île area. So again, like there's only one single water main running north to south, not much looping. We can see the water treatment plant there, generally in the center of the system. Move on to the next slide there.
Yeah, so in terms of wastewater, again, the only treatment plant you have is the one in Cobble Beach, and currently it only services homes within Cobble Beach. And you have these agreements with Cobble Beach that allows the municipality to take ownership and control of the water treatment plant once there are at least 400 homes connected within Cobble Beach. And I believe there's some other financial tests as well. Again, this is important because if there is agreements eventually to expand the collection system for the sanitary sewage system to lands beyond Cobble Beach, it could increase that lot density dramatically and increase the water demand. Right now, though, it would be fair to say the wastewater treatment plant is very lightly loaded. There's only a relatively few homes in Cobble Beach. They all go drain there, of course, but in terms of its rated capacity, it's running at sort of like a less than 5 or less than 10% load at this point. Next slide, please. We're going to get into something now that we've spent a lot of time on, and that is then we're carefully trying to track the number of connections on your system, and we've worked with your staff closely on this, and also the amount of water being used in your water system. So your water plant treats water, pushes out into the water mains, and only some of that gets into the people's homes because of leakage in the pipes along the way. And your system has always had a high percentage of leakage, and right now it's about for every there's 2 parts leaking for every part reaching the home. So it's 60 or 70%, soaks into the ground on the way to the residences. Now, this doesn't really create a problem today for anybody, but it just points out that all that leakage is really taking away from the additional number of homes you can add. So what we envision as we go through this discussion is that at minimum, as you add more water mains, as you add more homes, at least we keep that leakage rate capped. Again, we've worked with your staff. We've looked at the water meter records for all of your users carefully, and we come up with a number that's pretty standard, I think, around Ontario, where your homes are averaging about 0.4 cubic meters per day. And we're sort of grasping onto that number and saying, when we look at the ratio between the average day and max day, we're going to apply those max day factors to that use, not to the leakage. We're not going to apply the 2.5 factor for maximum day capacity to the leakage. That's a bit of a technical rigmarole there, but again, what we're trying to do is really look critically at how many more homes we can add to the existing system safely what the time frame of that looks like. So we'll continue on with that. Gonna go back to Jacob here. He's the expert on the modeling of the system.
Yeah, so we modeled the existing East Linton system to kind of identify areas where potential improvements might be recommended. We used a software called WaterCAD. First, we modeled the system for max day. So as Jeff had mentioned on that last slide, the max day is seemed to be about 1,200 cubic meters per day last year in 2022. So that maximum day factor was divided throughout the system. And the model indicates that the water distribution system can adequately provide that maximum day demand to all locations in the system at adequate pressures. So that's a good sign. And then kind of our next step in modeling is to look at potential fire flow scenarios. So we took 50 locations throughout the system and assigned an appropriate fire flow based on surrounding buildings, whether it's kind of a residential area with small to mid-sized residential homes all the way up to some larger industrial buildings or larger homes, assigning an appropriate fire flow to those, and then running the model at each of the 50 locations to see kind of what the pressures look like in the system when a large demand is required somewhere. And from that, we see that 21 out of the 50 locations tested did not provide sufficient fire flows at adequate pressures. And from that, we looked at where we might require improvements to the system to provide better fire flows and better pressures. So from there, we came up with 6 recommended upgrades throughout the water distribution system, which we'll get into a little bit more in a second. And those upgrades mostly looked at upgrading undersized water mains, increasing looping throughout the system. And after implementing those upgrades, we see that only 11 out of the 50 locations don't provide adequate pressure for their fire flows, but we see significant improvements throughout almost all areas in the system. So if we go to the next slide there. So this is a drawing that shows kind of an overview of the 6 individual phases of upgrades that we're looking at. If you scroll two drawings down from there. So we split the drawing up into north and south so we can kind of really hone in on those upgrades. So I'll start with phase 1 is in the south end of the system there. Currently there is 3-inch water main, 75 millimeter on Gray Road 1 and Balmy Beach Road in the south end of the system. And we recommend that those be replaced with 300 millimeter water main, 12-inch on Gray Road 1 and 200 millimeter water main, 8-inch on Balmy Beach Road to improve fire flows down to the south end of the system. Phase 2, we see a little bit north of there on Balmy Beach Road. We recommend kind of filling the gap in water main. As I had mentioned earlier, the north end of Balmy Beach Road water main does not meet the south end currently, and implementing a 200 millimeter water main in that gap would provide 2 avenues for water to flow to the south end of the system, provide improved water main looping, improving fire flows in the south end of the system. Scroll back. Slide. We have phase 3 in the middle of the system there on Church Side Road West. It's similar to phase 2 in that we're filling another gap. So currently there is no water main extending from Laclise Drive down to Balmy Beach Road on Church Side Road. So we recommend a 200 millimeter water main, again 8-inch, implemented in that area to provide 2 avenues for water to flow from the water treatment plant north in the system, or if your water tower is providing water to the system, for water to flow south. Back to the next slide. There we go. So our 4th recommended upgrade is replacing the 75 millimeter 3-inch water mains on Indian Acres Road and Maple Ridge Road and Maple Ridge Crescent down in kind of the southwest area. Currently there's major insufficient pressures in those areas due to those small water mains. We recommend those upgraded to 800 millimeter. Back to the previous drawing. And then, sorry, there we go. And then phase 5 in the north end of the system, similar to phase 4. Again, there's some 4-inch and 3-inch undersized water mains in the north end of the system. We recommend those being replaced with 8-inch water mains, 200 millimeter, and then just one more back. There we go. And then our last recommended upgrade is on Gray Road 1. And we call this our phase 6 upgrade. And that is replacing there's a 200 millimeter section, 8-inch water main on kind of your main trunk water main. And we recommend that being replaced with 350 millimeter diameter water main, as this is the main avenue for the water treatment plant to fill up the water tower and vice versa for the water tower to flow back into the south end of the system. So if we go to the next slide there, so we've provided cost estimates. These are preliminary cost estimates for these 6 recommended upgrades, with kind of that phase 1 upgrades on Gray Road 1 and Balmy Beach Road being around 1.6 million. Phase 2 on Balmy Beach Road being 1.6 million. Phase 3 on Churchside Road being 700,000. And phase 4 on Indian Acres Road and Maple Ridge Road and Maple Ridge Crescent at 1.6 million, and phase 5 on in the north end of the system there, 1.7 million, and phase 6, that portion of kind of bottlenecking water main on Gray Road 1 at 1.4 million. Now, one thing to note on that phase 6, in the existing agreements with Cobble Beach, once they reach 200 residential units within Cobble Beach, they're supposed to fund that water main replacement as part of the original agreements. So that's just one thing to note, that cost should be funded by Cobble Beach. Go to the next slide there. It's back to Jared.
So just a footnote here from the 2018 Class CA we did. Just wanted to highlight this again. We looked at options to bring water to select areas of Brook, not all of Brook, but it did include Potawatomi Village. And the recommended preferred alternative at that time was to simply extend the East Lytton water system all the way from the south end of Indian Acres Road all the way through. Very expensive. You have a lot of kilometers of pipe, a relatively short, small number of homes, and we had quite an elaborate funding scenario that we presented. As your speaker noted tonight, it did assume a grant from some level of upper government, and it's going to be really difficult to assume, I think, that the communities will get grants in the future. I think grants seem to be becoming a thing of the past for water and sewage. 20 years ago, they were kind of the backbone of sewage and water in the province. So we recognize money is going to be a major issue for all these type of discussions. However, we did estimate at the time about $6.7 million to do this, and we assumed that this expansion would only service 272 homes, and again, that's only a small fraction of the total number of homes in Brook, or certainly the number of lots of record in Brook. And of course, any cost we had in 2018 is probably it's not very good anymore. So I was going to look at Councillor Rick and say, from a material supply only perspective, what's your guesstimate on general inflation in the material supply market since even say 2020 with COVID?
Somewhere between 30 and 50%.
Yeah. So inflation rates in the construction industry are kind of through the roof and almost probably exceed almost any other sector of our society. If we go to one more slide, this sort of highlighted what we assumed at the time in 2018. So lots in yellow would have water service. If there's no yellow, you weren't going to get water service. And water servicing to people in Brook is always pretty controversial. A lot of people just don't want it out there. And I think the neighborhoods in Brook vary considerably. Some areas are lucky to have good well supplies. Some areas are not. Some areas the water is not too bad in terms of quality. In some places it's not. So it's a real hodgepodge. But moving on. I'm going to turn this over to Jacob here in a second, but we took this approach where we divided the East Lytton area into what we called neighborhoods and assigned the name, and he'll talk a bit more about it, but we thought that was a good approach to drill down and say realistically how many more homes can we have in the future within the East Linton area?
Yeah, so as Jeff mentioned, I'll talk about future populations in the water system, what that might look like in the future in East Linton. As Jeff had mentioned, we divided East Linton into 9 different areas, one being the Brook area for potential expansion that Jeff was just touching on with the 2018 EA. So we honed in on these 9 different areas because we saw them as having potentially different growth than one another. But in general, our philosophy for determining what future populations might look like in these 9 different neighborhoods was based on Grey County GIS, seeing vacant lots of record in these areas, as well as for some more specific areas, township planning documents for developments that are kind of coming down the pipe and might be in the near future. At full build out, this kind of leads us to an estimate of 3,000 homes in East Linton. That's what we estimate you can kind of get to with the lots of record currently in East Linton. And this includes the 272 connections in the Brook area based on that expansion, the 2018 EA. So this represents about 2,412 new homes compared to the current number of homes of 580. So we go to the next slide there. So this just kind of outlines the 9 different neighborhoods that we've identified. So we have South Balmy Beach and Southeast Linton in the south portions there. Southeast Linton really is just based on vacant lots of record. And South Balmy Beach has vacant lots of record as well as homes that may connect to that gap of water main if it's ever filled in the future here. Moving up to Northeast Linton, again, just based generally on vacant lots of record, as well as North Balmy Beach. And same with Presqu'île area. And then kind of the 3 areas in the middle there, we see that pink area in the north as Cobble Beach. So currently, at the end of 2022, last year, they were at around 171 connections. And based on agreements with Cobble Beach, it's estimated that they'll grow to about 1,500 connections. So that was kind of the lots allotted to them in the original agreement. So we've assumed that they will eventually hit that maximum build out. And then 2 developers just south of them, one being labeled as Davenport, a developer who from their planning documents, we estimate them to have about 104 planned connections, and Georgian Shores at 310 connections. And as Jeff alluded to earlier, the density of these lots will be based on if they're able to get sanitary sewers extended down from Cobble Beach. And we've assumed kind of the maximum density. So we've assumed that they can get sanitary sewers from Cobble Beach. They won't have to have a septic per lot, and they can go to maximum density. So that's where those numbers come from. Go to the next slide there. This slide as well just kind of provides a general overview of each neighborhood, the expansion we're looking at in each, as well as the potential Brook expansion at the bottom. And total, we see at about 2,830 lots, and we've rounded that up to about 3,000 to provide a bit of safety factor. It gives us a nice round number to work with moving forward. I'll pass that back to Jeff to discuss kind of what we see water-wise from that future population estimate.
Thanks, Jacob. Just a reminder, in the world of water systems, the average water use isn't that important. It's your maximum day use is what your rated capacity relies on. And Ministry of Environment has always published guidelines what the ratio is between someone's average use in the water system and the maximum day. And we're using 2.5 times, which is a recommended rate, which I think is reasonable. Kind of strikes a balance between being optimistic on thrifty water use, but still having some flexibility for extra development and things. And it works out in our case quite conveniently that we estimate the maximum day water demand per residential unit. The average home, the average condominium unit, no matter what, is 1 cubic meter per day per home. So that's 2.5 times the 0.4 cubic meter per day average demand we see when we look at your water records, and which again is very consistent if you look at water use across Ontario, how much water people use in their home. I have a water meter at my house in Owen Sound. I can look at it with when all four of my kids were home, and there was a big family there. And it is interesting, I think, over probably the last 30 years, that water consumption at the home level has really declined. We're all using water efficient washing machines. We're all aware that we're being charged in some form on how much we use, not a flat rate anymore. And we've all sort of bought into this water conservation movement. It's really now, I think, the challenge is controlling leakage in water systems, and that's probably not just East Lyndon. It's probably leakage systems around North America, or water systems around North America. So back to cubic meter per day per home, max day demand, 3,000 homes. We come up with 3,000 cubic meters as this round number, plus a 500 meter cube per day leakage allowance, which again assumes we can flatline that leakage, even as the system expands fairly dramatically over time. So that only brings us up, though, another 900 cubic meters per day above your 2,600. And this is where our math is going to get pretty complicated when we talk about options to expand the East Lyndon system. But we'll get there in a moment. So in the next couple of slides, we're going to talk about two options, how we see you expanding your water treatment plant side of the equation. And we should mention, in a master plan, any Class CA, you're also supposed to consider what is your do nothing option. And we just have a point out that if you decide to do nothing, you're going to cap out eventually on how many homes you can service. And if you don't do anything with your water distribution system, you're going to be left with these rather, I think, serious deficiencies in the water system, both on the leakage side and on your ability to fight fires, get good fire flows at good pressures. Moving on. So we want to build more water treatment capacity. One of the obvious places is to do it at your existing water treatment plant. It's a fairly big site. Your building is relatively small. So we've looked at a scenario where you basically build another duplicate water plant beside your existing one. And that kind of sounds nice because you can be building all that away and your water treatment plant over there is not being affected. And that's critical because you only have one supply of water. And if you bugger it up through construction, it's a real problem. So that's one pro. The other con, and it's always been a concern for me, is your water right now all comes from a 66-foot wide road allowance down on Balmy Beach Road. It's a busy spot. It's a narrow spot. You've already got a 12-inch pipe coming out of Georgian Bay at this location, a big round, what we call a wet well, a big concrete cistern essentially at the beach. You've got 3 pumps down in that thing, and they pump water through a little house with valves and other metering and control equipment. And that takes up room within this 66-foot wide road allowance. And you've got a house on this side, you've got a house on that side. You've also got a big storm sewer that comes down the same road allowance, which Rick has got experience with because the water that comes down the storm sewer is not very nice at times. It has a lot of color and organic material. And historically, it would seep into the well that we had at the shore and really kind of mess with the UV equipment up at the plant. It's better than it used to be, but it's far from perfect. But that is a concern we have, is really the feasibility of getting down there and building, say, a new parallel water intake pipe out of the bay, another one of these big round cisterns, and maybe a duplicate building with more valves and stuff, and do all that without wrecking, breaking, or damaging what you have, which runs 24/7. Nonetheless, we take all this and our proposal, and there's a drawing in here of this, the next sheet. We'll just skip to it, where we double up the size of the building up there at the water treatment plant. And we've also doing work down on the shore. And this is really a hard number for us to estimate. What's it going to cost? But we've used sort of an allowance as a checkpoint about $10,000 per home. So for every cubic meter of extra water capacity we get, we're assuming that's going to be about $10,000. And we tried to look at some other water treatment plant examples in recent years or months in the area. There's not too many comparables, but we come up with this number it's about an $18 million expansion to go up to a firm capacity of 3,900. So where did this 3,900 come from? Just want to spend a moment on that. If you go to the East Lyndon Water Plant now, you'll walk in the doors, you're into a big room, and in an area about the size of this council chamber, there are 2 big membrane units. Membrane Unit 1, Membrane Unit 2. Each one of those can treat about 1,300 cubic meters per day. So A plus B, we're at 2,600. One little problem with that, though, is one of them has a problem and you need to do major repairs. You're down to one. Your capacity is cut in half. So when we talk about going to 3,900, what we've assumed is in that second building, we're going to have two more of these similar units. We have 4 units. Well, you could say, well, now you should be at 5,200. We're going to say, let's be conservative and assume one of those is out of service. So we got 3 running out of 4. So we only go from 2,600 up to 3,900 on what we call firm capacity by doubling the water plant. But that's sort of when we talk about firm capacity in the next few slides, that's what we're talking about. It's always having one reserve unit. And we have one reserve unit for everything else in these water systems. You've always got an extra pump. You've always got an extra UV unit. You've always got an extra chlorine metering pump and all that good stuff. Sorry. Okay, just going to go to the next page. And that's a shot. It's supposed to show schematically what we have now on the lower right-hand corner. Of course, that's down at the lake. And we're trying to show that in red, there's your new pipe out in the bay and another new pipe coming up to Bomb Beach Road and eventually a brand new larger pipe from down there all the way up the hill. And right now it's an 8-inch pipe and we're recommending it go to 12. You go to the next slide, please. The next option we looked at is building a new water plant down at the Sarawak Family Park. Now, I've not lived here all my life, but I kind of have heard through the grapevine historically, I think that land down there may have once been owned by the city of Owen Sound, way back in the day. That might be totally wrong. And it might have been owned for the specific purpose if we ever need another water plant on Owen Sound Bay. That's a site for it. So it's kind of an easy target. There's way more than 66 feet available there. And it also is closer to the southern end, and perhaps it's closer to Brook, it's closer to Springmount, it's closer to the Sunset Strip. It has some other attractions as maybe another site. Maybe we shouldn't put all of our eggs in that basket at the north end. We scatter the eggs now between A and B. So we did a survey down there. We've come up with a conceptual site plan. We go to the next page there. And we've shown the parking lot and access out to Gray Road 1 in gray, and some darker red is, of course, some new larger roads to bring in trucks and equipment and chemicals to run this water plant. We've come up with a footprint of the water plant that assumes you will not add 2 membrane units in here. You'll add 4. Doesn't mean you'll add 4 on day 1, but it gives you room in there to add 4. And that's sort of the kind of real capacity you would need if you ever wanted to look beyond simply East Lytton. And if you wanted to look into full servicing of Brook or even further afield up this way. So we came out of the price tag a bit though of $25 million and change. Again, that's with a firm capacity of 6,500. So it's well more than twice what you have now. Again, that's a big number, but this stuff seems to be really expensive to build. Always has been. Next slide, please. One of the things we wanted to know is, well, when do we really have to get serious about these future things? So we kind of looked into the crystal ball, and you never want to be at a point with a water plant or a sewage plant that you've got to expand it at the day you need it. I mean, it's a forward planning thing. So what we sort of arbitrarily said, when you are getting to around 2,000 cubic meters per day, you should really have all your ducks in a row. So right now you're at a max day capacity of around 1,200, as Jacob mentioned once. It's an important number. So we're saying you can go from 1,200 to 2,000 before you really need to have all your ducks in a row. And what's that mean? Well, probably you need your financing available. Your plans and your shovel-ready documents are kind of at least on the shelf. And you probably have all your approvals and you're ready to at least tender. So if 2,000 is kind of our trigger point and we're at 1,200 now, we've got another 800 cubic meters to use up with more and more homes. So we arbitrarily said, well, if you're adding 50 homes on average per year, that gives you kind of 16 years to get all these moving parts together. So we've ran all these numbers by Mike, and Niles, and nobody said that's crazy. So it's probably as reasonable a guess as we can come up with at this time. And at the bottom line, we just go through a couple options. There's staggering amounts of money you need to start putting in the kitty to fund stuff even 16 years out. Of course, that cost that we're estimating now, let's say 25 million, God knows what it would be in another 16 years. I mean, and I just want to point out that those big numbers do not include taking water pipes all the way down through Brook and on the Potawatomi, nor does it include those 6 water main upgrades we're recommending be done fairly soon. So there's a lot of money. We appreciate that. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff. Jacob, for their presentation there. There's a lot of information there for us to try and digest and see where the wallet's going to come from. So I am going to open it up for questions for Jacob or Jeff or Niall. Anybody got questions you want to ask? Yep, go ahead, Niall.
I might just add a quick comment in at the end of that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pringle. I think the last slide, how scary is this? I mean, it's scary. And I think we recognize that it's scary. And that's why at this point, this is being received for information in advance of budget conversations and in advance of the deliberations over the next 12 months or so. So this isn't something we're going to turn around next week and ask for $25 million to make happen. But I think it's worth for us to start thinking about these sorts of numbers. When we talk about development in our area, we're talking about what the township will look like in 30, 40, 50 years time. And they're the sorts of conversations that we're starting to look at when we look at these things and where we're likely to be able to get to. And so, as was reflected on, the area we have capacity for the most density of growth in this township is in the East Linton system. It's where our existing wastewater treatment system is. It's where we've got existing development that's already approved and underway. And it is where the greatest opportunity for growth and intensification exists. And if we want to think about things like, and we've heard a little bit about that this morning, earlier on this evening, if we want to think about what our role is in terms of affordable housing, in terms of attainable housing, and in respect to creating a balance of housing types and formats across the township, one of the big things that's going to underpin that is the access to servicing, both for wastewater and for water treatment. So I think that's why this conversation is being brought forward. As I say, we're not looking at a decision today, we're not looking for a direction today, really just starting to refresh the conversation in people's minds. The other thing I'd note is the 50 new connections a day and how likely 50 new connections a day. Sorry, that would advance the need for this plan somewhat. 50 new connections per year, and how likely is that? Well, we have to look at what we've already got in approval. We've got 1,500 new connections that are already tentatively approved in Cobble Beach alone, and so this isn't pie in the sky type stuff, and theoretically, in the initial plans for Cobble Beach, 750 of those units are likely to come fairly quickly in the format of a hotel conference venue, which is part of the Cobble Beach proposals. Now, obviously, those things are subject to change. They were put in place a long time ago. They haven't materialized yet. The construction schedules are determined by all kinds of things over which the township has no control. But we certainly have a lot of those connections which are already draft plan approved and in the development queue, so to speak. So we're certainly not in the realm of completely untenable. But I'll also stress that the numbers that have been shared with you this evening do not include the already registered lots of record in Brook. So there is a significant number of lots of record in Brook which are completely undevelopable at this point in time because of a lack of access to servicing, which have not been factored into any of these numbers at this point in time. And that's really where that option 2 plant really does start to come into its realm. Is if we do want to look at the extension of the East Linton system to the south side of Indian River, what does that mean for this township in terms of that wraparound development round and neighbouring to the city of Owen Sound? So, I think the numbers in here are scary, and they're scarily big. We're not too late. We're certainly not ahead of the curveball, but we're not behind it too far either. And so really, that's why we wanted to bring this report forward, just as we start going into conversation. And I think one of the other things I'll reflect on very briefly is sometimes, and I know the mayor has heard this in various different conversations, and I'm sure you all have. Sometimes we're accused of having overly padded reserves. And for those of you that have that reserve number in your mind, if we chose that we were going to do Sarawak tomorrow, we don't have enough reserves for that. And so I think that, yes, millions of dollars are a big number when it comes to our residents and community members and everything else like that. But some of these things are very, very big numbers. Do I think we have 3,000 new homes in this township in 16 years' time? I don't think we do. I do think, though, that based on what we're seeing over current years and what we have already in that pre-approval queue, this is a worthy conversation for us to start having over coming months. So I'd like to extend my thanks to GSS for bearing with us. They have had to tell several members of staff this story at several different times and come back to council. And so I thank you for bearing with me as I've gone through my learning cycle of an engineer. I'm not qualified and I won't be wearing a ring very soon. But thank you for coming this evening. And if there are any questions, I'm sure myself or the team would be more than happy to take them.
Yeah, thanks, Niall, for that. Yeah, no, it's great that we are looking down the road here, because obviously I still can't get my head wrapped around the fact that we lose 7% of the water in the pipe. Like, I can't believe that we lose that much water just by pumping it around.
Yeah. So through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, thank you. That's the other really important thing that came through this is there is a significant amount of lost capacity in the system right now. And that is something you are going to see as part of budget cycle this year, whether or not we start to address some of that stuff and how quickly we can get on to addressing some of that stuff. The interesting thing is it has been a really bleak landscape for provincial grants. One did open up last week. I haven't had a chance to dig into it in any significant detail. It's not a huge pot by any stretch of the imagination, certainly not like the pots of old. But there is that temptation of some grant availability coming in. And you are right that 70% is a big number. And we've definitely been this year. I can't remember how many we've done, but we have been chasing a leak down Balmy Beach, because as we repair one leak, of course, it repressurizes the downstream system. Any weaknesses it exposes at that point then pop. And we have definitely been doing some of that chasing work from point to point to point down Balmy Beach this year.
And so I see Councillor Colburn with your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Pringle, and through you to the presenters. Thank you for coming. I think this is one presentation from engineers that I actually understood. So this might be a first. I just am looking at slide 14 for some clarity and making sure we're comparing apples to apples. You've got funding over the next 16 years for option 1 at 1.1 million. That's for the lower firm treatment capacity at 3,900 cubic meters a day. But for option 2, you're quoting 1.6 million per year over 16 years for the higher firm capacity of 6,500 cubic meters per day. I just wonder, can you remind me, so I don't have to flip back through the slides and documents, what is the comparable for what you've listed on slide 14 for option 2 for option 1 with the higher firm treatment capacity in terms of cost?
Turn the mic on.
Yeah, for option 1, I would assume you're referring a few slides before slide 14, where we say you could go up to 3,900 cubic meters per day at the existing water treatment plant site, or there's an option to potentially go up to 6,500 cubic meters per day at that site as well, building a plant similar to the one we proposed down at Sarawak Family Park. And the cost of that would be, we estimate it at 25 million for option 1 and 25.5 million for option 2. So they're very comparable. We say 1.6 million per year over the next 16 years for your 6,500 cubic meters per day firm capacity for option 2, and it would be just under 1.6 million per year for option 1.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Day.
Thank you. I also was struck by the 70% water loss and leakage, and I also acknowledge that these are large numbers and we need to plan. And I just, I'm going to set that aside for a minute. And I'd love to understand more about why we are at that 70% loss. Is that a normal stage for us to be at with the current water system we have? Or is there something we could be doing better in terms of preventing preventative maintenance or et cetera, et cetera?
I really don't think you can do better maintenance of your water. Like everything's buried under the ground, right? So you can't touch it, you can't get to it easily. And all you can really do is wait till a leak kind of pops up. Now you'll probably know there's been a leak because up at the water treatment plant, you'll see, well, our average day demand just suddenly went from about here the last few days up to here the last few days. Obviously those initial water main, some of those replacements we talked about, those 6 phases, we kind of assume and hope that if you did replace some of those 3 and 4 inch lines that were installed probably in the 60s around the Indian Acres Road area, that not only you're going to put in bigger pipes that give you better fire flows and pressures, but hopefully those are also some of the areas where there's leaks or going to be leaks. So we hope to kind of get 2 benefits. For one, by if you start your water main replacement program, we obviously want to try and replace old pieces of pipe as because they're not only small, they're ancient, and they're probably not that well constructed even back then. Now, at your water treatment plant, you actually have a fairly unique thing you can do to track down leaks, but it's not easy. We have what they call a variable frequency drive on one of the pumps there. So if you're intrepid, if you want to get up at 2 in the morning when everybody's supposed to be asleep and not using any water, you can go out to the water tower and you turn the big valve and you take it offline. And you're running now water into your system based on the variable frequency drive at the plant, saying, okay, you run as fast as you need to keep 60 psi out the door. And at the same time, you can see whether you've got 1 liter per second leaving the plant, 10 or 20. And if you assume most of that's leakage, you can sort of say, that's our leaks. And while the East Linton water system has almost no looping, it does become now, if theoretically on paper, you could get out and start turning valves off in your system at 2 in the morning and see if that 10 liters per second you saw at the water treatment plant, if it goes down to 5, that means somewhere downstream at that point, there's a 5 liter per second leak. Now that's been tried several times over the last 10 or 20 years. Rick, I think it's always been a struggle to get people to buy in and let's go and do this at 2 in the morning. Again, you want to do it when you assume there is no demand in the system, no real demand. Everything that's going out the door is a leak. Won't be quite true, but it's close. But it's still tough. Still tough to get that organized. It's not like just 2 people in the truck head out at 2 in the morning and start doing this. You almost need a squad of people that organize with a game plan. But it might be something that's worth talking to Aqua and even some of your road staff this year to really see if that is feasible. And you'll never know until you really give it a shot. And what you're hoping is you'll find 1 big leak. But if you have 100 tiny leaks, it's not going to be a fun night.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That's monitoring was a much better word than maintenance for how to spot a problem. When you say it's been tried, has it been tried to put in action, or has it been tried as in someone's been up at 2 in the morning?
You can put.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, I might take a run at it. I'll let Jeff talk about what might have been tried in the past. We are hoping to try that, and you will see this as part of the budget package over the next few weeks. We are very much hoping to try that over the next 12 months, as well as some other leak detection stuff. We've been working with Aqua and Leo at Aqua, and we're keen to try and pin down some of that stuff. The other thing, and Jeff has mentioned this in conversation to me, is some of we suspect some of those leaks are in the older pipes. Newer pipes last longer than older pipes do. And so the hope is the stuff that we're putting back into the ground when we take the older pipes out and the stuff that's going in the ground now will last longer. And that's why, in these calculations, it's a little bit of a risk to assume that the leakage is not going to go up 1 for 1 as we expand the system. So for every kilometer of new pipe we add, every 100 meters of new pipe we add, the leakage is going to go up on a 1 for 1 ratio. None of these figures assume that, because the assumption is the new systems will be better than the old systems, because we're building towards a current endpoint, and and as you know about the new pipe new pipe technology is better than old pipe technology. And so hopefully as we start replacing that old stuff, we'll be extending the lifespan of the new stuff as well.
Councilor Winters.
Great presentation, Jeff. And I mean, it brings up a lot of points and everything, but two things I was going to suggest. One is that we actively start looking at our leakage and come up with some sort of plan, whether that's inside resources or external resources. I mean, 70% of your water, put in perspective, Shell Lake's plant was only designed for 695 cubic meters a day. You're almost losing as much as Shell Lake's designed to put out. The other part of that is I've seen a 3/4 inch water service lose 200 cubic meters a day. So it could be as easy as one or two small leaks. But it has been tried, but I think it's something that as council and as the owners of that water system, we have a due diligence to find that and to minimize those leaks. I think the province's suggestion is somewhere between 10 and 15% is a reasonable number. We're not even close to a reasonable number. And again, I think as council and through us to staff is we should start doing delegations at our conferences again, and we should start putting the pressure back on for funding for our residents.
Points. Any further questions? Mayor Carlton.
Thank you. And I would concur with what Councillor Coburn said. That's probably the first time I've had this report explained to me in a way that I could understand. My one sort of question, if we went with the family park as far as putting a system down there, it would connect back in with the other system at some point. And does that help with the looping that you say is non-existent?
Well, it's going to connect to the south end of the system, like around Indian River. And so you may not be looped much better, but you've got water that can come from both ways where you'd only could come from before. Now, that connection at Indian River, because of the pressure zones that Jacob talked about, does make it complicated. As we've talked to Niles about, you could come out of the water plant at a low pressure and meet the Indian Acre system at the lower pressure, or you come out at high pressure. And those are some kind of detailed engineering options we have to get through. I don't think it's going to matter much at this moment what that looks like in terms of the pressure delivery, but it has some far-reaching implications if you want to start bringing water to Brook. You know, what pressure do we come out of that water plant? Do we come out low or do we come out high? If you come out low, you come up the hill. Now you have to do booster stations and things like that, which was the assumption in the 2018 study. So that probably expanded more than your question, but but you would, yeah, the idea is that the two systems, you would only have one water distribution system, two sources of water that feed into it.
Okay, so then the other question I have, we have the water tower then across from Cobble Beach. Would we need a second one for the other station, or they would both feed into that same one?
They would both feed into one, I think. It depends on that pressure option. But if you build a water plant at the family park, you're going to have the big basement full of water tanks. You're going to pick up some storage there as well. And then it really becomes, what is your vision on extending water out through Brook, and how big does that look? Because we did assume a storage tank in the 2018 report. You probably would need a second storage feature somewhere eventually.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Bringle, I think to add to that, that's really where what happens in the south end of this system really starts to factor in is that south end of the system, depending on where the township wants to go, where community wants to go in terms of that south end expansion, that really does factor into how much storage capacity there is. There are then other questions that sort of start looping back in as to, does that storage that we would be create any capacity that might support neighboring systems, and what does that capacity do to other areas of the township, such as Spring Mountain and down through the Sunset Strip?
Thanks a lot. Now, the nice part of the whole presentation is we have options. And that's the key, right? Like when you were mentioning about East Linton there and, working that close to the system that's already there, you'd be destined to a failure somewhere along the line there. It's not going to be perfect, right? Whereas the Sarawak Park gives you a whole new area that's away from it. You don't lose water. It's nice to have options, but I do kind of had one trivial kind of a question on phase one. I think Jacob had mentioned we have a 3-inch line there now, and you'd mentioned to go to a 12-inch line. Is that because of fire suppression to support that, or it just seems like a big jump from 3-inch to a 12-inch pipe?
Yeah, I think one thing that definitely supports, it definitely supports fire suppression. You might be able to get away with a smaller pipe of fire suppression. The one thing that it definitely supports is southern expansion. So as we talk about potential expansion to Potawatomi, Spring Mount, Sunset Strip, whatever that looks like south, the biggest pipe you can put in there to send water to the south, the better. So we went with a 300 as a recommendation, kind of as a look to the future to send water from that system south.
No, and that's exactly the answer I was hoping to get from you. So the options are there that you could always downsize to an 8-inch if you had to, or if there's a different. It doesn't necessarily have to be a 12 inch is ideal, but if we have to rejig and, obviously the larger the size, there's gonna be more money too, or whatever. Just was kind of expanding that a wee bit to see number wise, I guess.
Right.
So if you went to an 8-inch, obviously you're not going to have quite as much pressure to get out to Spring Mount here or whatever, but a 12-inch would cover everything we needed to.
Yeah, I think
It's a little more complicated than that.
Right.
I think that, we're just assuming 12 because we want that a big, strong interconnection backbone. If you do build a plant down at some point, and it could be years and years away, down at the park, Sarawak Family Park, you don't want 8-inch along Railroad 1 there, where you're connecting the big system at the top to the new system down the south. I think you want 12-inch there as the connection line. And we're, just right back from the first slide, we talked about this water system it's unique. It's this long, thin system. We're talking kilometers and kilometers north to south with hardly any looping. So you need big diameter to minimize friction losses as water travels down these pipes, meter after meter, kilometer after kilometer. So it's one of these things where it's best to be big than small, for sure.
I appreciate that. Oh.
And again, through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, we have had the conversation. There really is negligible cost increase in terms of the pipe. You're doing the same stuff. You're digging a hole, you're putting a pipe in the ground. It's just a slightly different size pipe. And negligible cost in terms of operating impacts to making use of that pipe, putting water into the pipe.
Well, appreciate that, Mayor Carlton.
Thank you. I'd just like to go back to something that Councillor Winters said, and that had to do with lobbying at conferences. And Roma is coming up the end of January, and we have until the 20th of this month to get something in. So I'm wondering if we want to give a direction to go ahead and do that and see if we could get on for that. I know I am going to Roma, and I think Councillor Coburn is as well, and I'm not sure about anybody in Councillor Scholdice, so perhaps we can look at that.
I will look to the acting clerk. Do we need an actual direction on that? I'm quite happy to. I think that would be a reasonable thing for us to put forward as a lobbying request. We need a direction.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle.
Hey.
If you would like to authorize a particular council member to do a delegation at Roma, that would be fine. And if there's going to be some direction to staff to assist in preparing a presentation, I would prefer that we have direction from council to do so.
So you'd like an amendment then to the original motion?
I would suggest that it be whatever councillors are there, be part of that delegation. One person standing in front of those ministers won't have a whole lot of impact.
Go ahead, Bert.
For you, Deputy Mayor Pringle. So just direction to staff to work with the council members that are attending the conference to prepare some materials.
Good. Good. All right. Any further questions? Not seen any. I'm going to thanks Jeff and Jacob for your presentation tonight and all the effort into this. Appreciate it all. So thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we're all done the discussion there. We're going to call the vote. Jacob, Stephen, for Isaac. Yeah, we have to receive it for information. So. All right, so we've had the presentation. Any further discussion? We think we got it all out there and call the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. All right. Do we want to take a 5-minute recess break? Okay. We take a 5-minute there, Carly? Okay, thank you. All right. We're back. All right. On to 9.3 corporate services, 9.3.1, COR 2023-048-2024 base budget. The recommendation reads that report COR 2023-048 and the 24 base budget include as Apex A be received for information. Need a mover and a seconder. Councilor Troyes, Councilor Winters, and I'll turn it over to Smith.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. So we are kicking off some of our 2024 budget discussions tonight. So what we will be discussing and providing an overview of is what we're referring to as a base budget. So this is strictly operating. It does not include any capital projects. It is our core services, day-to-day, what we do. So I believe Niall was actually wanting to provide some opening remarks.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Buchanan. So, through you, Deputy Mayor Pringles, members of council, I'm not great with numbers, and as Sam knows, spreadsheets and Excel tend to make my eyes water. But this is the time of year I actually get quite excited about those two things. So, budget processes are, in my experience, one of the most exciting times in council chambers and in municipal governance, because they really are the roadmap for what we're going to achieve over the next 12 to 18 months. So whilst I might not like Excel spreadsheets and sometimes struggle with numbers, budgeting is something that is very exciting to me as we go through it. And we've taken an approach, Sam's leading an approach this year, which I hope responds to what we've heard from council, not just this year, but in past years. So we have an approach this year which is mapped out to try and address some of the comments and concerns that council members have expressed, not just in this term, but over past terms. We've gone back over the last 6 budget presentations, and one of the recurring themes is we would like to lean in more to the budget process. So you're going to get an opportunity to lean in big time this year. And so today you see base budget, and as Sam has just said, and we are going to repeat, base budget is literally just doing what we've done this year, next year, without any projects, no new spend, just taking what we've done. This is part of the information as we go through the next stages. At the strategic session on December the 4th, we will be going through what you would like to see the township achieve in 2024 and beyond, and some of the pressures that we see, some of the challenges, some of the opportunities that we as a staff team have seen based on the strategic direction you've given us through various different strategies, master plans, planning processes, through conversations in these council chambers, and our understanding of what you have told us are some of your priorities. Now, we're not going to get them all right. And that's why we have time set aside so that you can see what we've done some work on and tell us where we need to do more work. So we are not coming out. There's no percentage increase that we're going to be talking about. We're not going to be floating out a number yet. We don't have that number yet because it's too early in this process. So the base budget is the first part of that process. The information you're going to receive tonight and hear about tonight in terms of the public input session is again some information to help gear you up, provide you all the background information needed so that when we turn into those strategic sessions and start digging down into budget, you're aware of what the current state of affairs is so that you have that information to move forward on and make those discussions on. I think it is fair to say, like many other municipalities around the province of Ontario, both lower tier and upper tier municipalities, this is going to be a challenging budget year. We've already seen some pretty big numbers out in front of us this evening. We will have some challenging decisions to make as a team as we go through this, and we will be looking for your leadership and leaning in to help provide staff that feedback to make sure that we're addressing your priorities and the priorities of community as we go through budget this year. And so, as I say, very excited by this process. Sam has done a significant amount of work with the finance team in pulling together the budget process as we go through this year, and I'm excited to see it kick off. And so I will leave the rest of the evening to Sam. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to start off with just a basic 2024 budget timeline. So back in July, staff presented council with a proposed 2024 budget guideline and schedule, which was endorsed and approved. Then as part of that, we had our budget survey, which was open from August to September of 2023. The results of those are being provided in a separate report tonight for council's consideration. Beginning in September through to October, staff began to prepare the 2024 base budget, where I would sit down with various department leads and coordinate and discuss what their operating budget looks like and should look like going forward, recognizing again that it is no changes in what we have historically done. It is the same types of service, same levels of service. It's the same as what council has previously endorsed through prior budgets, with only known council direction of inclusions to have. Now we are here at November 15th. So we have what we are discussing right now being the base budget. We also have, again, the budget survey results. There is the special council meeting that has been called for December 4th. At this meeting, we'll be presenting the 2024 budget requests that staff have compiled. Again, this list, there may be some that we missed that we'll be seeking council's direction on to have included. Then in January, we hope to compile all of the information that we have discussed as a group up into that date and present a 2024 draft budget. And we will also hold our public input session during January. There was included on your council and committee calendar a hold the date, and I apologize if I get the date wrong, but it was Friday, January 26th. So just want to remind you of that date. Then, hopefully, as long as everything goes smoothly, we would look to pass a 2024 budget bylaw in February. So when you are looking at an annual budget, there are three major components: your capital, your operating, and your reserve. I just want to reiterate, we are only looking at kind of your operating cogwheel today. That cogwheel, you can be funded from your tax levy, operating grants, user fees, and investment income. These funds that you generate are then used to fund your core services and be put into reserves for future projects. Like on December 4th, when we are looking at the other two cogwheels of the three cogwheel picture we have in front of you, you have your capital, which arguably is the largest part of your budget. Those projects, they're funded from your capital grants, your reserves, or there is the option for debt, and they are used to purchase your capital. When we look at reserves, they're funded from your operations, your tax levy. They're used to fund and pay for your capital projects and sometimes your core services. What each reserve is used for is dependent on what is set out within your reserve and reserve fund policy, which outlines what those funds can be used for. There will be a separate report coming back probably in the new year. We do have estimates as we're going through that outlines and gives a better analysis of what each of those reserves are and their balances at that time. So what is your 2024 base budget? We've already said it reflects the costs associated with providing the same types and levels of services as in previous years. It captures the budget impact of council decisions that have already been made. It captures your budget impacts of decisions that were made in previous budgets. It includes and amounts for taxes levied for reserves. Previously, we had referred to this as taxes levied for capital purposes. These funds will be placed directly into reserves. And it includes an estimate for increases for not only staffing, but other known increases such as service contracts. What is a 2024 budget request? It will be a report that outlines a change in the current level of service. It could be a new project that we are bringing forward for council's consideration. It could be a new capital ask or a replacement capital ask. It could be for a new staff position. None of those are included in your base budget. They'll all be presented separately for council's consideration. The next slide. I have prepared an estimate of what your reserve and reserve funds will look like at the end of 2023. I just want to highlight that these are only reflective of funds for committed or started projects, and I have included some analysis as to what has actually been spent. I wasn't going to spend too much time on there, but I am more than willing to answer questions if anyone did have a question that came from the Appendix A.
Any questions, Kylie? Over.
Sorry, are you talking? I think I just heard my name.
Yeah, no, we're just wondering if you had any questions so far for Samantha.
It's excellent so far. I'm totally paying attention here and trying to shuffle between two computers and the pages I've printed out. So bear with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that appendix is again only up to the end of 2023. We will be trying to project that out with our 2024 budget request to show council an idea of what reserves may look like if all the budget requests we are proposing as staff are approved, recognizing again there may be some we have missed and council has options to proceed or not proceed. So within our base budget, we do have some assumptions that we have had to make. Amounts are not finalized yet for some of these. So those items that we have made assumptions on, again, the impact of your budget requests on your tax levy and your reserve balances, that is something we will be looking to have the strategic session with council and staff on December 4th. Salaries and benefits, we have included a 3% cost of living and an estimate or known increases for the statutory benefits. So that's your CPP, EI, OMERS, medical benefits that we provide to staff. ITFD, we've included a 3% increase. A budget has not yet been presented to the board. The new agreement that was passed by both our council and Meaford's council back in August allowed the board to include up to a 3. Again, the board has not approved, so I can't provide a direction to this council if it will be under 3, above 3. I am just going in with an estimated 3 for the Township of Georgian Bluffs purposes. The biodigester contribution, we have assumed the same as last year. That board, unfortunately, at this time has not passed a 2023 budget, and they're waiting further information, which will be presented at a bio meeting, which I'm not sure if it's been called yet. I don't believe so. So I can't project what a 2024 amount may be. Grey Sauble Conservation Authority, we have only included the known levy increase. There, as mentioned previous week, there was discussions about funding allocations for administrative building. None of those amounts have been included in the 2024 base budget as they are still unknown at this time what that funding may look like. We have only included an increase for the general levy. Insurance, we don't know yet what our premiums will be. Nickel Insurance, who is our broker, has provided staff with an estimated 10% increase. It could potentially be higher or lower. For our cemetery care services, we've included a 10% estimated 10% increase again. We're still working through our fee restructuring. We have entered into and are in a 10-year service agreement with the cemetery provider, but there were regular intervals which would include fee renewals. We're in one of those fee renewal periods right now, so we aren't sure what the actual fee may be. CMO, so this is your recycling grant, which is Replace Stewardship Ontario. October, was the first month of that. So we're still waiting to see what that funding may look like. As we go through the next few months, we might have better information about what the actual revenue we receive may be, but we've included an amount that is consistent with Stewardship Ontario. So your base budget summary. You will see that this is not an overall large dollar increase for your taxes, total taxes levied, $177,450. Part of the reason that you are able to have that so low is because your current reserve and reserve fund policy does not speak to the reinvestment of interest on reserve funds, or on reserves, only reserve funds, so your discretionary and obligatory reserves. Right now, we are experiencing extremely high prime interest rates. So staff will see the slide in a little bit. We are proposing an increase of $350,000 to your budgeted investment income. So that means that amount is no longer funded by taxes. If we were not in that situation that your interest was part of your operating, it would be a 3.25% increase that this base budget would be proposing, opposed to the 0.3 with growth that we have.
Wrong.
So if we were to opt to take that 350,000 investment income that was earned and put it back into reserves, then the amount we were looking at would be the 3 point. Okay, so that's what's pulling it down so low. Okay, thank you. That I wondered why we're coming in so low.
Yes, exactly. That is what is offsetting the increase. And there is always the potential that prime will come down, that maybe 2 years, I don't know, I can't see into the future when that time might come, that we see ourselves in the opposite situation where that interest and investment income now is lower, that we need the tax levy to fund it. So moving on to the next slide, the impact on your tax rate. Again, these are only reflected of base budget. So your 2023 tax rate, if we had experienced no growth within the municipality, we would have proposing or presenting, a 1.51% increase. The township has experienced assessment growth of approximately 1.79% in 2023. So assessment growth is created when you have new assessment. So it could be a new build on a property, whether that's a house or a garage, but it is always something new that is resulting in your growth. So when we take into account the growth that the township has experienced, we have a 0.3% increase over that of 2023. The township historically does not budget for any growth. We treat it as found money. And growth, it could go positive, it could go negative, which is why historically the township has not budgeted anything for growth. So while we're going through this, I just want to highlight that a change of $100,000 to your base budget would have an approximate impact of 0.83% to the municipal tax rate. Whether that's the addition of 100,000 or the removal of 100,000 could have a positive or a negative impact of less than 1%. Next up, we have our 2024 budgeted salaries and benefits. Again, there are no new positions included in this. It is the same positions which were proposed in the June report to council that was approved and endorsed with the organizational chart. For non-union staff and council, we have included a 3% cost of living COLA. Council's policy says that they are to receive the same cost of living adjustment as non-union staff, which is why we have proposed and included 3 for both positions. For our union staff, pursuant to their collective agreement, they are to receive a 3% cost of living. You will see that our 2023 estimated actuals are lower than our 2023 budget when we are projecting them out. Our 2023 estimated actuals, staff have tried to project what the year-end balance may be. Some of that, all of that, is because of vacancies, and you've had multiple roles where they are filling 2 or possibly more positions that we budget for all of our positions, but they may not always all be filled. So development and infrastructure, I just want to highlight the large increase from your 2023 budget to your 2024 base budget. That is because with that June organizational chart, you introduced the new manager of engineering. So that falls within that department, which is part of the increase within there. I just wanted to give council some information related to cost of living adjustments. The township does have a policy where the cost of living is to be calculated based on the all goods CPI for the 12 months ending October 31st each year. I just want to highlight the amount that we have shown for 2024 is for the 12 months ending September, as the October amount has not been released yet. So you will see that based on what the policy says and what has been approved, we do have a running difference of 5.8% that the cost of livings that have been approved each year in budget are below what the policy states. I've also included for council's information the union approved cost of livings for the same years. There is also some information about the 2023 cost of living that were approved by other neighboring municipalities. Next up, we have our council core budget. So you will see that the increase in salaries and benefits, that is reflective of our 3% on the salary and the per diem. Mileage has been increased. We are to reflect more meetings being held in person as we're coming out of COVID. Mileage was very low while we were in COVID because everyone was encouraged to stay home. So now we're moving back to having more in person, not only meetings, but conferences and training as well. Your professional development includes the $4,500 per member of council, plus $4,000 for some general council training. Next up, we have our Office of the CAO and your Corporate Services Administration. We are proposing some changes to our computer and equipment. That is to be reflective of our agreement with Infinity Network Solutions. And we also have the professional fees. I would just want to highlight that the estimated actuals are higher than 2023 budget. We had some large lawsuits that were occurring, which resulted in some larger legal costs. Insurance, we have the estimated 10% increase, 10% increase on actuals.
What's the other? Close to it there. I see it's $40,000.
Nope, that is okay. So the other does actually include, I believe it has your interest repayments on your one loan. I'm just double checking that. Oh, apologies. Others is actually related to costs associated with tax sales that we send to Real Tax. So it is the costs associated with them performing it. We do recuperate those costs 100%.
Okay, so yeah, can I ask a question?
Of course.
The 2023 base budget for professional fees was $196,750, and for 2024 is $190,000. Why is it lower than the 2023 budget? And if you've already explained that, then I apologize. Sorry.
No worries at all. So included in professional fees is your legal fees as well as memberships of staff. If for myself, for example, I also have my CPA membership, which is reimbursed by the township, and it also has your annual audit fees. And I think that was everything. Part of the reason it has decreased is due to recent findings of a litigation that we have recently been let out of.
Sorry to speak on what's mentioned there. So the actual estimate right now is at 427,000. Is that because of the legal?
Yes.
Yep.
So continuing on for programs, sometimes these programs are administered by this department, Office of the CAO and Corporate Services. Sometimes they are programs that maybe don't necessarily fit somewhere else, but we want to ensure they are captured here. So we do have our cemeteries. The proposed budget change there is reflected of the 10% estimate for the new fees of the cemetery care. We have proposed changes to police services. The 2024 base budget is reflective of the known amount that we will be paying to OPP for the coming year. Fire services, the 50,000 budget increase is reflective of an estimated 3% on the ITFD fire, plus we adjusted what we are contributing to the South Bruce Peninsula Fire Department to be reflective of a 5-year average of actual costs that we have contributed. Gray Sable Conservation, that increase is reflective of only the levy increase. Library, that is reflective of the library known increase. I believe it was at their last meeting that they did pass their budget. Cobble Beach Sewage, you will see that it's increased 60,000, but you will also see an offsetting revenue on the next slide that also is increased of 60,000. We do not own the wastewater treatment plant. We are in essence a proxy for that we will collect the revenue on behalf of Cobble Beach, withhold a 5% administrative fee, and give back the remaining funds to Cobble Beach for the operations of the wastewater plant. Biodigester, you will see a slight decrease. That is only to be reflective of the estimated decrease in interest that will be paid on the loan that we have for the biodigester. It is no change to the contribution to the biodigester. And related to stormwater, the estimated decrease again is reflective of the interest on our brook drain loan that we currently have. Both loans are nearing their end, that I believe all of our loans within the next 4 to 5 years will be fully paid off that we currently have.
Oh, thank you. Samantha already said I could ask. So, for elections, I see that there's a cost for the 2024 budget. Is that just to spread the cost out over 4 years?
Through you, yes, that is correct. So we do include 23,000 in each budget, and that is year 1 of the new term of council, 2, 3. Those funds go into a reserve. Then come year 4, when the election is occurring, we pull from the reserves. It is to smooth out the funding for the election. So when we are looking at the funding sources for our council, Office of the CAO and Corporate Services, we have our operating grants, which includes our Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. It also includes the RIDE grant that we receive from the government for OPP services. And we also have our drainage superintendent grant included in there. User fees, the increase there is reflective of the proposed increases that were included in the fees and charges that was presented to council on November 1st. Cobble Beach sewage, I had mentioned this before. It shows the offsetting 60,000% increase. And then here is our other investment income. Right now, we are projecting to have over $1 million in interest income for 2023. Again, that is only because of the very large prime interest rates, and we earn interest at prime less 1.5. So when prime is high, our interest revenue is high. So overall, the tax levy, it is the funding going to this department has decreased, but again, that's because of the investment income. Are there any questions related to council, Office of the CAO and Corporate Services before I continue to our next?
Anyways,
I'm trying to format this in my mind. So the interest that we earn on that investment income, where does that revenue go? Where does that?
So through you, it becomes part of your general operating. So it is historically, and as proposed in here, used to offset your tax levy. So next up, we have our Development and Infrastructure Services, the administration of this department. I just want to include that you did, again in June, include the new position within this department for being engineering. So there are some slight increases there. Professional development, we have adjusted some of the amounts to be more reflective of what staff have actually been completing. And we are hopeful that with the new department, they will also seek professional development opportunities while they are employed. Your decrease in professional fees here is due to outside contract support due to staff vacancies. We're not expecting that to continue as greatly into 2024. So this is your in-house planning services, and there is some related to building services. Next, when we look at how this department is funded, majority of this department is funded from your user fees. So you do have your planning user fees and your building user fees. Both have been adjusted to reflect the new rates that were proposed in the November 1st, 2023 report to council. You will see a slight decrease in our building user fees. We're starting to experience the downtrend from COVID where building had peaked, and now people are kind of not building as much. There is still obviously building going along, but just not at the same rate as what we had experienced for the last 2 to 3 years. Next up, we have our community environmental services, the administration of it. So you will see increases to salaries and benefits, a slight increase to materials and supplies, repairs and maintenance, a larger increase to insurance, and then you have your other. Other does include your Y recreation loan that you had taken out to support and contribute to the Owen Sound YMCA. When we look at the types of programs that are offered by this department, you have your road maintenance. You will see an increase in there, unfortunately, due to inflation related to not only, sorry, I am so sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there. There is cost increases around your loose gravel suppression. That's where I was going. Apologies for that. And some related to your hard top, but most of the cost increases we have experienced are around your loose top. When it comes to streetlights, we do have a proposed increase of 12,000. Historically, we had only budgeted for the hydro related to our streetlights. We are including, with council's permission and approval, some additional funds to be included there for maintenance of streetlights. Your fleet and equipment, part of that increase is reflective of your estimated insurance increase. Garbage and recycling, you do have the addition now that council approved and gave direction to include in 2024 budgets for the garbage recycling, or sorry, the yard waste agreement with Owen Sound. The direction from that report was to include in future budgets, which we have done here. You also have your known increases to the agreements with waste management for both garbage and recycling collection that have been included.
On that, the garbage and recycling, the agreement with Owen Sound, I think we only paid 25,000 for that. I've heard rumblings that doesn't come anywhere near meeting the cost. I'm wondering if we've heard anything that would tell us how much that's going to increase.
So through you, 30,000 is the best estimate we have right now. We have not had any formal information that at least I'm aware of. It would invite our acting CAO to correct me, but
Deputy Mayor Pringle, in my conversations with my counterpart at the City of Owen Sound, we believe that this is a reasonable number for us to be put into the budget for next year.
related to your sports and arena subsidy, we have been experiencing a larger contribution to our Katy Arena agreement. That is what the budget increase is reflective of. I don't know for certainty what our contribution for 2023 may be. We are responsible for 50% of any deficit that the arena may incur. Then we have our parks and recreation and our township-owned buildings. So the increase in the township-owned buildings, so that is reflective of just the 7 buildings, the administrative building. It does not include water buildings. That is insurance. While I'm mentioning water, I just want to highlight that water is not included in any base budget discussions as it is self-funded, and it has not been included in this presentation of a base budget because at the November 1st meeting, council voted to defer that. So I didn't want to present something that is subject to deferral. There will be a separate report coming forward. I'm aiming for the December 6th meeting that will be strictly surrounding water. When we look at how we fund our development and infrastructure services, we have some operating grants. So those are for your recycling and garbage. Some user fees, that is your bag tags mostly, and the small sale of some items such as compost bins, recycling bins, and then you have your tax levy. Yes, that is correct. I apologize. I just realized I put the wrong title on this slide. This should read 2024 Community Environmental Services Funding, that the user fees does also include revenue generated from your arenas. Apologies for that. When we look at the taxes that we are levying for reserves, this was formerly discussed as taxes levied for capital. I have tried my best because this is the first year that we are looking at putting all the funds into reserves opposed to having projects funded from a tax levy. By doing this type of funding, It eliminates any capital surplus at the end of the year because council is budgeting and anticipating to put all those funds in reserves. We have had instances in the past where it's difficult at times to determine of your surplus what is operating, what is capital that maybe didn't proceed. So by funding like this, you eliminate any capital potential for a surplus. So you will see a large increase to your bridges. We know that we have large bridge work to come down the road, which is why staff are presenting a higher amount to go to reserves. The stormwater management, the 2023 budget was some pre-work to the Brook Pond that was to be funded from the tax levy. Those funds will be put into reserves and still be available for that purpose if needed. Fleet and equipment, you will see a decrease in that. That is because in 2023, we did have some one-off purchases, such as the snowplow, where we had phased it in. That in 2023, we had included what we thought would be half of it at $250,000. Once the tender was approved, that eliminated approximately the $100,000 that was needed because the tender came in lower than what we had expected. No proposed changes to your general recreation. Your IT administration, the decrease in that is because of the short-term accommodation works that you had taken on. That project was to be funded from the tax levy. So we are not including that in here. This is just decreased to be back to what the normal IT contribution. So overall, what does this mean when we put all three of those departments together? So you have your base budget funding. When we look at all of the operating expenditures for all departments and all of the taxes levied to go into reserves, our 2024 base budget is looking at $15,586,400. If you had no other forms of revenue generating, that's what it costs to just operate this township. We are fortunate that we do have other forms of grants and user fees available to us, that it brings down our required tax levy to the $11,922,950. You will see that the 2023 estimated actuals is less than our 2023 budget by approximately $1.2 million. This is what your estimated surplus potentially could be for the year. It is large. Part of that, more than half of that, is because of the estimated increase that you will be receiving from investment income. Plus, you also have the approximate $700,000 of staff vacancies, the deficit related to salaries and benefit due to vacancies. Those are your two large contributing factors to this estimated surplus. So again, I just wanted to reiterate a summary slide, what the totals look like, and what are our next steps. So we do have the December 4th special council meeting where we hope to present staff 2024 budget requests. Council, we are going to be working with you to review all of these budget requests to direct, we're looking for direction to address any community or council priorities that we maybe have not captured here, and looking to prioritize these budget requests and to prepare a 2024 proposed budget based on those priorities. When we move forward to January, again, we're hoping to present the 2024 proposed budget and any new budget requests that may be required after the strategic session. We also will have our public input session. And then as long as everything goes smoothly, in February of 2024, we will be looking to pass our budget bylaw. That is a lot sooner than we have in the past. And by passing it earlier, it allows some of those projects to occur earlier, that we can start to get tenders out that bit earlier, get some more competitive pricing. So that was everything I had. I will turn it to Niall to see if he had any closing remarks. Thank you.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Bringle, our Treasurer has done an outstanding job pulling the work together over the last few months to bring to you tonight. And so I wish to express my thanks. December the 4th, there are probably 40 issues that we've sketched out, maybe slightly more than that. I can't remember whether we quite got to 50, but there will be a significant number of things to sort through, which have impacts potentially to both operating and to capital. We will be highlighting when there might be grant opportunities available to support those, both again on the operating and capital side. So there's a lot of work still to be done before we get there, but this definitely gives us our sort of our groundwork, if you like. This sets the stage, sets the field for those conversations to happen. And we are delighted that the staff team has worked hard to bring this forward in a year which has been slightly turbulent at times. We've worked hard to bring this forward. It is our ambition, and we're already working to bring that forward again. And it is my hope that we would be able to bring forward our 2025 budget actually before the end of 2024. And it would be nice if we can get to the position that we have an approved budget as we enter into the new year. So we've moved it forward by, I think, almost 4 months this year. Knowing that last year obviously was a bit of an odd one anyway, because it's an election year, our hope is to nudge it forward by another couple of months again as we go into next year as well. And I might be making our treasurer age dramatically as I say those words, but that is definitely our aspiration. We hope that what we're running through this year with you is a collaborative budgeting process where you will be weighing into the finer details of what we can and can't fund as we go forward over the next 12 months. So thank you, and I'm sure that myself or other members of the team will be more than happy to take any questions there may be.
Yeah, thanks for that. No questions. So, Mayor Carlton.
And thank you for the presentation. It was very good. So back at the very beginning, you mentioned doing base budget based on estimated costs for 2023, but you mentioned a list of inclusions that have been added through the year. I guess I'm just trying to figure out what those are. So anytime council is given direction that we want to do something, or what is that list of inclusions that I'm taking it added to the base budget?
Yes, so through you, what we did is any report that was presented to council and approved by council that had the line "this be included in future budgets" has been included. So that was included, I believe, your cemetery. There was one about general maintenance for the cemetery, that $5,000 be included in your budget going forward. The Owen Sound yard waste, that an amount for that be included in future budgets. So it was only any council approved recommendations and resolutions or motions that had it be included in future budgets.
And through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, to Mayor Carlton, just to add to that, there were a couple of items I think that were approved as part of the budget process last year, which had a budget impact had a budget impact this year in 2023, but we split the costs. So there is a budget impact in 2024. So those items which were approved as part of budget 2023, but had a budget impact in 2024 are also included. So that was the snowplow that I think we discussed. There was also, I believe, another piece of equipment, but I can't remember which piece of equipment that was off the top of my head, which we were splitting over the 2 budget years.
Through you for that. So that was for the tractor and a brushing arm replacement. Those are both reflective of the taxes to be levied for reserves. The amounts are included in there.
Follow up.
Just wondering if we could have, like, if it's not too difficult, a list of what those items are, just as kind of a refresher, because going back 12 months and remembering all these things that we did, brain's just not that good.
Through you, I likely will not have that available for the December 4th meeting, but when we are grouping back for our proposed budget, we can have that list provided.
Thank you.
3 really quick questions. So first of all, thank you for a very comprehensive review of that. That was well documented and I was able to follow clearly. Really quick question for you, just point of clarification. For the meeting on December 4th, for the strategic budgeting, what time is that set for?
So through you, not to be too much of a spoiler, but it is right now scheduled for a 5 o'clock start. There will be a memo on next week's agenda where we are looking to request amending and adjusting the start time and location. Yes, so the starting at 5 o'clock when as Niall mentioned, we have 40 budget requests to go through. It will make for a very lengthy night. So we will be proposing or requesting council to consider moving the start time up.
The only reason I asked that is because the physician recruitment meeting is at 6:30 p.m. that day, so I may miss that one for the budgeting meeting. That's okay. Anyways, next question. On January, what was it? The 26th was the next budgeting. Do we have a time for that as well? Is there?
So through you, that was set as a hold the date on the council and committee calendar. I do not believe that the meeting has formally been called, so no time has been assigned.
Thank you. That's all.
Further questions? I'm not seeing any further questions. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? It's carried. All right, one down, Sam. All right, 9.3.2 COR 2023-4049. The 2024 budget survey results. Recommendation reads that report COR 2023-049 and budget 2024 budget survey results be received for information. Mover in a second. Control for day. Discussion. I'm going to go to Sam.
So thank you. And apologies, I sat in maybe the wrong spot. I'm just waiting for the slides to come up. Okay. So related to our 2024 budget, we had various times and ways that we had residents communicating with us. On July 19th, staff presented again the 2024 proposed budget guideline and schedule, which included a copy of our 2024 budget survey. The survey was open online until September 30th. We also had paper copies available in all three arenas and here at the administrative building. Any results or submissions that were received through the paper copies were input into our Engaged UB, so they are reflected in our graphs going forward. On August 24th, we also had Georgian Bluffs host the Engaged GB Connect and Collaborate event with various topics. One of those was our 2024 budget. You won't see those results included in any of the graphs, but you will see them reflected in what we heard from residents. Again, the feedback was gathered via written correspondence, in-person engagement, and online. While we're going through budget, we do welcome and encourage all public participation, and any communication that I do receive will be presented to council. So in the methodology, distribution, we had the online survey from August 25th to September 30th. Again, hard copies were available at the recreation centers and the administrative building. We had the in-person engagement. And to advertise for all of these events, we had various news releases, local newspaper ads, and social media to promote that these events were happening and that we wanted to hear from the public. Response, we did have 84 residents provide responses to the surveys. Approximately 100 community members participated in the Engaged GB event. We don't have statistics on how many attended specifically the budget session. At the time, we weren't tracking it. And we did have some community members who may have participated in both of those methods. So our Engaged UB project summary, we had 154 individuals who were aware. So that means that they visited the Engaged UB site for budget. Informed, we had 115. That means they maybe looked at one or two items that were within that page. And engaged, although it is showing 83, it was actually 84. Submissions that we received. Those are the individuals who submitted the survey. And again, the Engage is reflective of any and all paper copies that we received. When we looked at what people were using, it was mostly our survey, and then we had the in-person event. So I just want to preface about engagement rates. They're not meant to be statistical representatives of the sample of the community at large. It is only a reflection of the people and individuals who submitted comments. It is not a randomly or weighted based on our demographics within the community. So you will have instances where those who have high engagement or high interest in it, they're expressing the results. Those who maybe have lower engagement, they're not commenting as often. That is the same for any kind of voluntary survey that any organization may offer. So the different questions that we asked. So we asked, how do you describe the overall value of services you receive for your tax dollar? 44% said good, with 32% saying fair. Then we also were seeking feedback related to any surplus funds. What would they want to see those funds be used to? And I apologize that some of this slide is a little off. So the surplus is shown on the right-hand side of the slide. You will see the large green section with 58.3% of the survey participants said that they wish to see the funds be used towards sustainable and affordability in the township finances. So when we were trying to elaborate on that, what that might mean, this is the reduction of debt, next year's tax levy, or put into reserves for future projects or endeavors. The historical practice of this township has been to put those funds into reserves. So we are accomplishing what residents express that they wish to. We asked about the township's infrastructure and how important it is to set aside funding to replace that infrastructure. We were looking specifically at the roads, bridges, and facilities. Roads are a high priority. That survey participants want to see funds available for their roads. The next one was our bridges. Again, it was rather high that residents or survey participants, wish to see funds available for our roads. Facilities, they're still high importance among our survey participants, not as much as roads and bridges, but overall very important to our survey participants. What were the top 3 service areas for the township to focus tax dollars on? So the question options shown on the right-hand side, beginning with cemeteries. If you look at the graph, it is shown reversely from right to left. So cemeteries, unfortunately, it received no votes. But subdivision expansion is the first bar that you see on the right-hand side. The top 3 service areas were our roadways, that being snow removal and ice control, our street maintenance, and our recreation and community centers. So this is reflective of where most of your funding goes related to your base budget. We have a high level that is invested in our community and environmental services. When we look at the bottom 3 service areas, again, when we look at the list on the right, the graph shows it as starting at the right-hand side next. I recognize sometimes the colors are difficult to differentiate. So our bottom 3 service areas were identified as public transit. Many of the comments that were received related to that, survey participants felt that that was better suited for at the county level opposed to the lower tier level. We also had our subdivision expansion and planning. There weren't many comments which expanded on that. The few that were provided, being 1 or 2, was that they felt the developer should be the one responsible for that and not the tax levy. Then we also had the biodigester and animal control. So what we heard, infrastructure and maintenance, that is a high priority for many. Recreation and community services, it's the significance of recreational facilities, parks, and community centers for residents of all age groups. Economic development, economic growth and attracting businesses is identified as crucial for the community prosperity. Includes the need to incentivize and encourage a variety of shops and businesses within the township. There were many comments about environmental concerns. Survey participants expressing the importance of addressing climate change, environmental sustainability, stormwater management, and water and sewer services. We also received comments about safety and public services, such as fire, police, and that these are essential for a safe and peaceful community. Waste management, improved waste management, including recycling, compost collection, and proper garbage disposal facilities. This is a concern around many. We are aware that we do have some challenges around waste. They creep up every week, but we try to address those as best as we can and work with waste management in addressing those. Public engagement and communication, survey respondents were very happy to be provided the opportunity to provide comments and have their voices heard. We also saw the theme around collaboration with Own Sound, trying to see if there are services that we can combine efforts instead of a duplication of efforts. So some takeaways for you. There were a lot of comments received, both through the budget survey and in person. There's a lot of information here for council to think about. And with that, we're not looking for an answer from you tonight on any of this. We want you to kind of sit with it. We can come back on the strategic session and discuss what council maybe wishes to have investigated, and we can work collaboratively to have the comments that we've received from the public reflected in a 2024 budget going forward.
Thanks, Sam, for that report. All right, a lot of information there too. Questions from council? Oh, that's gone. Okay. All right, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you, Sam. All right, 9.3.3 COR 2023-050 donation applications. Recommendation reads, it's a long one. Whereas council adopted FIN-01-2022 donation policy on March the 9th, 2022, and whereas the 2024 application period was advertised and open from July 13th, 2023 to September 30th, 2023, and whereas staff received donation requests outside of that application period, and whereas at the February 27th, 2023 special council meeting, council directed staff to include the request from REACH for the 2024 and 2025 application period. Now therefore it be resolved that council hereby waives the township donations policy FIN-01-2022 to consider providing donations to applications made outside of the application process and timeline, and that upon the passing of the 2024 annual budget, council directs staff to prepare all administrative documentation required to award donations to successful candidate applications, and that council directs staff to prepare a letter to all unsuccessful applicants advising of council's decision. Need a mover and a seconder. Councilor Schrolleis, Councilor Winters. I'm going to turn this over to Carly. Oh, Sam, okay, Samantha.
So through you, I have compiled all the requests that we received. As outlined in the motion, there were a few requests that council had asked to be included in future years' consideration, so they have been included. I'm kind of just leaving this for council to decide. We are in the second year of this donation policy, and this policy is set to be reviewed and potentially changed for the 2025 year. So that would be happening in 2024. So the policy spoke to that all of council would be making any decisions related to donations for the first 2 years that it was enacted. So I open the discussion to you, White.
Okay, Councilor Day.
I actually had this question for a couple, since the budget meeting that I watched online, because I couldn't ask it then. I would, if anyone can provide some more information about the Kilsyth Seniors Club and the Derby Pioneer Club. I just would like to know a little bit more about it in terms of how many people attend, if it's continues to be a vibrant part of the community, and just get a little bit more information other than the brief one that's there.
Looks like Niall's got a comment.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, to Councillor Day, I can't be as accurate perhaps as possible on this one, but Derby Pioneers Club operate out at the Pioneer Hall at the front part of Derby Arena. And they take over that space pretty much all day on a Monday. They have 2 sessions. They run a lunchtime and afternoon club, and they have an evening session as well. It is for members of community, tend to be more senior members of community, to come out and participate in social activities in the hall there. The attendance is good. It's a busy Monday when the Derby Pioneers are in, and they are in, as I say, every Monday. So routinely between 40 and 90 people participate. So it's a good, strong turnout that comes in. The way in which this donation works is, in essence, they book the hall at the rates in our fee and services bylaw. And then it is compensated through the donation agreement. So basically, they run the hall at 0 cost, but the way in which that's managed is a donation by council, reflecting the long lifespan of the Derby Pioneers. They predated the township of Georgian Bluffs by quite a long way. They've been in that arena for a good amount of time, using that space for a good amount of time, and we do have agreements with them for the use of that space, and the agreement whereby they get it basically for no cost, and this being the way in which that's managed.
Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. I'm really happy to hear it's still well attended, and we have a growing proportion of seniors in our society. So I think it's a valuable thing to continue.
Any further questions? I am not seeing any further questions. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
No,
What's
we have
wrong?
to decide what.
Yeah. So through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle.
I'm looking.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, it's a little more complicated than that.
Okay.
You have 11,000 to spend, and if my calculations serve me correctly, $29,500 of requests.
All right, sorry. So you want me? So who's talking? Yeah, I'm lost on this one now. Go ahead.
I can start us off with a question, which is a big lump of the request in terms of the Sauble Wyerton MD quest requesting 10,000. If we give that 10,000 to them, that decrease that. If we only have 11,000 to spend, that's only 1,000 for another one of these worthy causes. So this is a very hard decision, because it would be great to give everybody all the money they requested, but that is impossible. So I just thought I'd start with this one since it's a large one.
Thanks. Sorry, go ahead, Samantha.
So sorry, if I may, through you, council does also have the option, if they wish to increase what we have included in our base budget for the 20,000 total contribution. Council may wish to direct staff to increase that amount. That is also an option available for you. I just wanted to throw that out.
Mark Earlton.
So I know that last year we gave to Crime Stoppers and Grace. Am I right in thinking all the rest of these are new on this year's?
So through you, you did also contribute to REACH last year.
And through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, I think it's worth noting that Sauble Wyerton did make a request last year, not necessarily through this process. I believe it came direct to budget last year rather than through the donation process. And I think it's also worth noting that their request, I believe, was. Yeah, I believe their request when they delegated was 60,000. They submitted a $10,000 request to the donations process, recognizing that it was well beyond the set capacity of that process.
Girl.
So I guess I think last year we just took the full amount that we had, divided it equally between, and so each one got $1,810. I'm not so sure that that's a way to go, but because I think we gave some last year more money than they had actually asked for, which is probably not a good habit to get into. I don't know enough about what the breakfast program is and where that should be funded from. Some of these, I think, when we get into the hospice and breakfast programs, are those a municipal responsibility? Is that downloading onto our taxpayers and our levy when it should be at another level? And maybe we'd be doing better to delegate to get funds for these groups elsewhere. Not sure anybody has a question. I see Councillor Coburn has her hand up.
Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Chair Pringle, and through you, I concur with Member Carlton's comments. This discussion always makes me feel a little uncomfortable. While I like to support all kinds of groups, worthy groups in our community, I also have this other side of me that feels a little uncomfortable deciding for our taxpayers how to donate their money. And we have this dilemma every year of trying to decide how to disperse these funds. This isn't helpful for right now, but I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway. I think we need a clearer process with set criteria so that we don't keep having the same discussions year after year. I just wonder if perhaps we could be looking at our policy. I know some municipalities don't donate at all, or they have certain exclusion criteria for certain organizations, such as what Member Carlton mentioned. You know, which organizations are already receiving a fair amount of government funding, which is coming out of the pockets of our taxpayers as well. So it's a hard one. I wish we had all kinds of money to give to all of these groups. I don't know how we find a fair process, but Mayor Carlton's suggestion of perhaps looking at the ones that weren't funded last year and divvying up the amount between the rest is maybe the most fair way of going about it. I don't know if those comments are helpful at all.
Thanks for those comments. Councillor Schultz.
Councillor Coburn, I can't, I have to say that I echo your comments in that, yes, I would say that I would also feel awkward right now suggesting that we're dictating how we would be spending the taxpayers' money, donating to certain groups and to exclude other groups. Yeah, I feel awkward to some respects with this, I guess. Not sure how else to go, but I just want to say, yeah, I would agree with you in that regards.
Mayor Carlton.
So the Sauble-Wiarton MD Quest, I feel I can support that because there is a doctor shortage and we know that, and that is a way of putting some funds toward helping all of our residents. So that one I could get behind. Crime Stoppers, sitting on Police Services Board, I do see the value there of what they are doing, and that is actually helping with all residents. Whether I would do 2,500 or not, I don't know. Grace, I do feel that supports some of the needier in our municipality. And so that one I could stay behind. Reach Center, I think, also does, again, and they are reaching out to a group that maybe don't get a lot of funding from other places. And some of our residents are going to that center and making use of it. I don't know that I'd go to the $5,000 limit. The two hospice and the OSDSS breakfast, I struggle with. I think those should be funded elsewhere. So that's just my thoughts on it. I don't agree with the idea of going back and looking at it and saying we're going to divvy this up equally between all because or taking our amount and divvying it up equally because they don't think they each have an equal need. And I do see the value in that, as I say, the MD Quest. I think we can find places where we're supporting our residents and utilize those funds in that way. I'll leave it at that for now.
I agree with you that some of those programs should be funded from elsewhere. Are they funded from elsewhere? And if we look at the documentation that's coming in, the hospice, there's regular fundraisers for both Grey Bruce Peninsula Hospice, and the Breakfast Club has regular fundraisers as well. So there is funding. Is it adequate funding? And are those? So it is such an incredibly challenging question. So I ultimately I will be happy to see money going somewhere and feel regret that we couldn't give everyone everything that they need. So I don't think there is one right answer to this question, but I think I would like that to be taken into consideration that yes, there is provincial funding for some of these programs, but it is not always adequate.
Councillor Coburn. Almost slipped her out there. She didn't hear me.
I did hear you, but I removed my money jar, so you're off the hook. Thank you. I believe that REACH does not have any government funding. I could be wrong about that, but I'm almost entirely certain. It's also a registered charity. Oh yeah, I'm looking at their website right now. Receives no government funding, relying on community to deliver quality programming. So if that makes a difference, I don't know. I want to go back to the MD Quest. I think someone said it earlier, but I feel like that's a fair chunk of money to be asking. And yes, it's an important cause. And yes, we're in dire need of all healthcare workers, including family physicians in the area. Part of me wants to know what I'm getting for that dollar, what our taxpayers are getting for that dollar. And I need to know that that efforts are going to be realized and that there's going to be results. When you donate to, you know what, I'll just leave it at that. I feel like that's a fair amount of money. Is it not close to half of what we have available in funds just for that one particular group? I wonder if someone could clarify that for me.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, and I will defer to the superior maths on the other side of the room on this one. But if I understood the mayor correctly, tentatively suggested 10K at the full amount requested by Sorbel Wyatt and MD, a donation to Grace, who they've asked for 2,500, and the mayor indicated perhaps not the full amount, but something toward that. 2,000 to support Crime Stoppers and 5,000 to support REACH. If my math works out, that's 19,500, which is about $8,000 more than we have available, unless council was to authorize an additional amount of money. So, for example, if reflecting Councillor Coburn's perspective, we were to suggest that Sorbel got 5 and Grace got 1.5, that would take us down to, I think, around about a $2,500 additional budget impact over and above the approved donation process. Just to give you some sense of where that conversation would take you, if there was a motion being put on the floor or a recommendation being put on the floor.
Mayor Carlton.
So I'm just going to go back to something Councillor Day said, and it's that the 2 hospice and the breakfast group are funded by the government, just not at enough. I think if we as municipal government start stepping in and putting money there, the provincial government and the federal government will never come up because they'll never bring that amount up for funding because they've now downloaded that onto us. So that would be my reason in staying away from those. Going back and putting dollars, I think to Crime Stoppers, I would say 1,500. Grace was asking for 2,000, so and they got 1,810 last year. If we do that 2,000, 10,000 to MD Quest, 2,000 to Reach, which is back up over where we should be. Because that's 15.5 and I think we had 11.5. So we'd be increasing that donation amount by $4,000. My math works because Sam held 4 figures up. Okay, I'll turn it over to everybody else.
I just don't know how comfortable I feel with the idea of eliminating the hospices and the breakfast program because they're partially funded by the government. When the MD Quest, looking at hiring physicians, the offsetting costs for students, recruitment of physicians, that feels healthcare related as well. So I don't, and there's community living in Owen Sound that we're also not supporting, which received some government funding, which works with populations, the same population. So there's another service available. So I'm just wary of the elimination of some groups because they should be funded. And when we don't, if we say, oh, that's not us, that's not our responsibility, we continue to download it onto the volunteers who are, I know with Bruce Peninsula Hospice, there's a lot of volunteers who are doing that fundraising, and I think Grey Bruce Hospice as well. So it's a lot of community members putting in a lot of the legwork to ask for donations from a community that is stretched for money at this point in time as well. So I appreciate any direction forward, and I'm feeling a little bit wary with the elimination of certain groups.
Is there?
Definitely appreciate the comments Councillor Day said. However, I will continue to show my support with what Mayor Carlton suggested, in that if we choose not to support, or if we choose to support programs that are funded by the province, then moving forwards, the province may not continue to want to support that program because it defaults back onto us. So I think I will continue to show support with the suggestions that Mayor Carlton has put forward.
Is there an appetite from anybody to reduce each request by $1,000, and the difference was $2,000 or $3,000 come out of the Wyerton Hospital or the Wyerton recruitment piece to get us down to budget? That way everybody's still getting something. Some of them are still getting the money they got last year. They're not increased. I'm just thinking if we reduce all of them by 1,000 and then take the difference of whatever we need to get down to where we need to be for budget, take that out of the Wyerton recruitment. So it might be 2,000 or 3,000. Yes, Sam.
So through you, before I even put anything into Sobel Wyerton MD Quest, you are over by 2,000 by only increasing the ones that have submitted by 1,000.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Bringle, are you suggesting, just for clarity, are you suggesting reduce the ones that Mayor Carlton has kind of not yet put on the floor, but has thrown into the conversation only by 1,000? So Grace, Reach, and Crime Stoppers, or reduce, look at all of them and reduce by 1,000?
All of them by 1,000.
Okay. I would echo the Treasurer's comment.
That way everybody still gets something. Councilor Winters, do you have a comment?
I do, and thank you. I mean, all great comments, and again, a very difficult decision to make. Before that, this recommendation came up, I was looking at all of them and saying, okay, if we reduced everybody by 50%, by quick math, I think they get about 13,750. It was, everything was done by 50%. Again, I think everybody deserves something. You can argue till we're blue in the face, which ones are better than others. I feel obligated. We need to do something. We are heading into a period of time where, the economics are going to hurt some people.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen interest rates with things like that. So to sit here and try to pick out which one benefits over others, I think all these people, all these organizations put the effort forth to ask us for something. I'd feel good if we could give them all something. What is that going to be, though?
Nothing.
So just to answer Councillor Winter's questions, that would be a overage over the 20,000 that is proposed of 3,250 if we cut the requested amount in half for all.
Mayor Carlton.
That would have then Bruce Peninsula Hospice at, so I'm not doing the 1,250 and Graber's Hospice getting double that amount at 2,500. Would we bring those, the two of them, to the same amount? Or are we gonna look at just what they're asking for?
Just a recommendation. I don't know anything about either one of those. It was just a matter of how you consistently apply across the table, where you give equal weight to each one's ask. To me, seemed like a clean way of doing it, but without getting into their financials and their operational and their needs. That was my suggestion.
Mayor Carlton.
So I think we do need to look at that a little bit, because otherwise, do we set a precedent that everybody who applies for donation from us is going to get something? And we could get into a position where somebody requests funds that we really don't want to be going down that road. So I think we do need to kind of take a look at which ones we feel as a municipality that we can support, which ones should we support, and which ones should be relying on their own fundraising efforts.
Now,
So, through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, recognizing this is a complex conversation, that has multiple potential avenues. The hesitation, it sounds like we've kind of got almost two motions, on the floor. One is to award some degree of funding to all organizations. One is to award 50% funding to all organizations. I don't know whether anyone wishes at this point to start putting recommendations on the floor to see whether they're supported or defeated, and take it from there. I don't know if the conversation has gone round enough that we're in a position where we can start looking at that. But it does sound like we might have a couple of things that are starting to come forward, that might be worth digging into a little further.
Councilor Winters.
A very valid point, and I think what we all realize is that our policy needs some fine tuning with a lot of things put into it. How we're going to evaluate, how are we going to wait, and what's going on, and I think that's a bigger conversation than tonight. So in the effort of trying to keep this moving forward, I look at it and look at all those agencies that if I were looking to move to an area and I had some needs of some sort, all of these would be very important to me to evaluate that I want to be in Georgia Bluffs. So that was my recommendation was, let's split it by 50%, over by $3,250. Everybody wins, but on the caveat that we need to go back and really evaluate our policy and put some real key points in there, how we're going to do this so we don't have the same conversation in 12 months.
Good points. Councilor Colburn.
Thank you, Chair Pringle. In all of this conversation, I'm starting to get a little confused. Have we considered the notion of just giving everybody the same amount? My hesitancy in giving 50% of what people have asked is, some people may have submitted to say, this is actually what we need. We don't need any more than this. We'd prefer not to have less than this. Some people might put in for more than they actually need in the hopes that we're going to say, let's cut it down by 50%. So it disadvantages folks a little bit, perhaps. Have we considered the math around giving everybody the same amount at, for example, $2,000? Sam, where does that lead us? And at some point, if I could appeal to the clerk, I will make a motion on the fly, on the floor. And I know we don't love that, but it will be around bringing this back to council to review our policy and have some criteria and process maybe tightened up a little bit for this process. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead, Samantha.
So through you, if I may, if you were to divide the remaining 11,500 between the 7 organizations which did submit, it would be $1,642.86 to each organization.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, and this might be a question both of Councillor Winters and also the clerk. I believe, although I'm not sure, that Councillor Winters may have put a motion on the floor at that point. Was not seconded. Okay. Was that a motion? Were you asking for a motion to be put on the floor? No.
So you're saying, sorry, Samantha, there, so in that number you quote, that would be the lot of money that we have split up between the seven, be $1,100 and change, or 16, sorry.
$1,642.86. Now you might have a couple rounding issues there, but
Sorry, I'm just going through and reading here. So Bruce Peninsula Hospice, though, is the Bruce Peninsula. It's North Bruce Peninsula, so it's not one that's based in Georgian Bluffs. I guess that's what I'm questioning. Are we going way outside of our area? Does anybody catch what I'm saying there, Tobin?
I do, and I did not click the link and rewatch their presentation, but I do feel like they support Georgian Bluffs residents as well. Those who live rural, those who want to stay home. It's a very different hospice service than the hospice that you would go live in. It's more folks going to people's homes, which will keep people in their homes longer in our rural area.
Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, I believe that organization is based out of Wyerton, and REACH is based in Owen Sound, and Crime Stoppers head office is in Owen Sound. They still service our area, even the the Wyerton Sauble MD recruitment, that still services part of our population, even though perhaps their headquarters, so to speak, is not in our area. So I don't know if that helps clarify that, but I think there are likely folks in Georgian Bluffs who use all of these services. Sorry, I'm sorry, I see giggling. Did I say something humorous?
No, it's not. No, it's just we're going around and around. I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere. So, yeah, I know. And Councillor Day has her hand up too. So,
very quickly, Bruce Peninsula Hospice Services, Sauble Beach, Hepworth, Mar, Stokes Bay, Lions Head, Tobermory, Kemble, Big Bay, and surrounding rural areas.
I don't know where we should go next. I don't know if we want to try some more numbers, or is there an option to defer this to, hey, coin toss? We defer it? I know you don't want to, but I don't think we're going to get anywhere.
I would support something along the lines of funding everyone at a lower cost, either the $16,042 and certain number of cents, or and moving ahead with I like the way Councillor Winters suggested, with the caveat that we review our policy.
I'm going to go back to Samantha one more time here. If we go with this, so that would be 1,600 across the board, and that would be for the Wyerton lockers too, right? Improvement. Is there anyone put a motion on the floor to see if we go anywhere with that? Oops, sorry, Carl.
Deputy Mayor Pringle, if that is the direction council wishes to head, it's probably worthwhile to amend the existing motion that's on the floor to capture the two different pieces of direction you have provided, being that staff be directed to split the $20,000 donation allotment equally between all applicants, and that staff be directed to bring back a report with improvements to the policy in advance of the next budget cycle.
It's not 20.
My apologies. I will make that minor correction.
All right. We're good. Is there a mover for that? Councilor Schnoldice, is there a seconder? Okay, Councilor Day is seconding on that. I will call the vote. All those in favor of that? That is down. That is turned down. Okay. That is defeated. All right. Do you want to defer to another day?
So through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, deferring is always an option. I'm acutely aware that we've got 2 meetings left, essentially this year, and a special council for budget. We have a fairly packed agenda, and there would be no new information that we would be bringing forward. So we would be deferring to the same conversation we're in right now. So I think if council members need more time to go away and come up with a motion and a recommendation that they'd like to bring to the table, then I think that is a perfectly reasonable reason for deferring. If there's some action that will be taken between now and the point you're going to revisit this, but if we're at a stalemate now and no action takes place between now and the next conversation, we're at a stalemate at the start of the next conversation. And I do recognise that you're not done at the end of this one. There's still papers this evening and indeed a special council still to go through. But I am also aware that we have a fairly packed agenda for the rest of the year. So,
Councilor Day.
I made that motion not because I thought it was the very best solution in the world that made everybody happy, but just to move the discussion forward. And I would be happy to have another motion tonight, but I would echo that sentiment that if we defer, it would be wonderful if people came prepared with their motions and we didn't go around this the loop that we can sometimes get into when we have difficult decisions.
Councilor Colburn.
So I'm not in favor of deferring it. It feels, I thought we voted, I thought I saw 3 hands go up. So I must have been seeing things, but I thought that motion passed. So in lieu of that motion, I will move that council strike a committee of 3 individuals to meet to make a decision on these donations on behalf of all of council.
Thoughts?
I will second it and put it on the floor.
Okay, that's good. Okay, discussion? Mayor Carlton?
I think what I come back to on this, and this is where it would be helpful if our policy was a little clearer, but that just because someone has requested funds from us doesn't necessarily mean we have to consider giving them funds. I think I'm more comfortable with looking at it from the aspect, not even sure I can say it right, of who is doing the most for our residents, and who has other funding sources that they can be relying on. I think I just keep coming back to the fact that just because they ask doesn't mean they should get, because we could get into a position where somebody asks for money that's way out of where we should be going. And because our habit has been, we just give equally, then we're giving somewhere we shouldn't be. I think we need to get that criteria pinned down as to just what makes them eligible for asking for funds from us.
Councilor Colburn?
We don't have criteria, through you, Chair Pringle, we don't have criteria, and that is the intent of the motion to review our policy. So in the absence of that, I don't know that we can do that on the fly here. I think that would be another very long discussion in terms of what our inclusion and exclusion criteria ought to be. So that is why I'm simply suggesting we strike a small committee of council to move this forward on our behalf, because if we're not willing to either cut everybody down by 50% as suggested by Councillor Winters, or to divide it by 7 and give everybody the same amount, I feel like we're just going to keep talking in circles about this, about how much we think the organization contributes to our ratepayers is a matter of personal opinion. So I think we're sort of stuck, and I'm just looking for some process to help move this forward. That's why I made that motion.
Thanks for that, Councilor Coburn. Yeah, I'm just trying to move this forward too here, and I'm obviously there's others I think are maybe more deserving than others, but I don't think we're going to get to that place tonight. So that's why I'm same as what Councilor Winters mentioned there. Just give everybody the same amount. So for this year, and then move forward from there. But if we're going to try and pick how much we're going to give Crime Stoppers, then we're going to do the Georgian writing challenge equestrian or equestrians. I don't think we'll still be here at midnight. So I think we got to come up with a number that we'll give everybody this year, and then put that motion on the floor to relook at this motion and our policy and correct it. I don't have a problem. I don't mind the 50%. If they want to go 100 higher, 100 lower, it don't matter. I don't really matter, but we need a number.
Question, if we go to that 50%, how far over budget was that? I think you said 3,500, 3,250 that we would be over budget. If we put Gravers Hospice at 2,500, the same as Bruce Peninsula Hospice, that would save 1,250 of that. Gravers Hospice is asking for 5,000. Bruce Peninsula is asking for 2,500. Oh, sorry. If we made those equal, then that would take that amount down
to $2,000 overage.
Can we justify 2,000 over budget for 1 year until we get a better policy in place?
Yep. So through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, there is a motion on the floor at this point in time. Councillor Coburn put a motion. It was seconded by Councillor Day. I think that probably needs to be defeated before we can have a further conversation, or supported, in which case we defer to committee.
Councillor Day.
If we can come to a decision tonight, that would be my first choice. So it feels like we're moving in that direction.
So unfortunately, and I will rely on the clerk on this point, there is a motion on the floor.
Yes, so I'm just thinking that if we voted on that motion and it didn't go forward, I'd hope that we would go forward with another motion tonight. Yeah.
Yes, but unfortunately, I don't think you'd be able to reintroduce the motion that you had then defeated. So you would be taking a standing committee off the table at that vote, and you wouldn't be able to come back to it because it would have then been defeated.
Run that by me.
I'm sorry. I'm happy to withdraw the motion if the seconder wants to as well, but I will reiterate that I did see 3 hands voting in favor of the original motion. So unless I missed the chair making the deciding vote, I think that could also be a procedural issue. And Carly, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought Isaac or Councillor Schuldeis, Councillor Day, and myself raised our hands in favor of that motion, which would make it a pass unless, or 1, 2, 3. How many of us are there? I can't see everybody on my screen.
6. So what? Yeah. So there was. I apologize. I didn't see your hand. I guess I didn't check. So yeah, I took the assumption of 2, but it actually was 3. If it was 3, that puts us at 3-3, right?
Yeah. That's a lot.
Right. So
I'm sorry not to be a pain, but.
So there's six of us
the-
here this evening, Kathy. So there were 3 for, 3 against.
I'm sorry, I thought the chair didn't get a vote unless it was a tiebreaker, so that's my mistake. I misunderstood.
No, the chair has a vote.
So
Yeah.
through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle, and I will look again to the clerk to nod. But my understanding is the chair does have a vote, and in the event of a tie vote, it goes with the direction of the chair. That's my understanding.
Probably the reason most people think that the chair doesn't have a vote is that normally, say if all 7 of us are here and 3 voted for and 3 voted against, then the chair would break the tie. But the chair does have a vote.
Councillor Day.
I would support withdrawing the motion that I seconded, as long as Councillor Coburn is still happy with that.
Good. Somebody tell me where we're at.
So then if we go back to, are we allowed to put another motion on the floor? Okay. So my suggestion was that we make the 2 hospices $2,500 each. Then we give everybody half the amount, which I think brings us in at being 2,000 over budget. And my question to everybody was, if we put that motion forward, can we justify being $2,000 over budget this year? Sam?
Sorry if I may, through you, I must have misunderstood you when you were requesting to have Grey Bruce Hospice and Bruce Peninsula Hospice at the same. I thought you were meaning at the same of the half of Bruce Peninsula which would be the 1,250. So if you're having both at 2,500.
Sorry, I guess I'm thinking in going with that. Yes, 1,250 is what I was thinking. Yes, sorry.
We still end the 2,000 over budget. I have a motion on the floor. Yes, Councillor Winters.
Do we have a motion yet?
I'm just gonna ask if that was.
Because what I'd like to say is I'd like to put that motion on the floor that the Grey Bruce Hospice and Bruce Peninsula Hospice each get 1,250. The rest of the applicants would get 50% of their ask. And that further we develop a policy with evaluation criteria, and that possibly could involve the establishment of a smaller committee of council.
Do I have a seconder to that motion? Councillor Shoalice is seconded. All right, discussion. I'm gonna call the vote on the motion on the floor. I'm gonna call all those in favor. That is carried.
Did we need to add being over budget there? Good, okay.
All right. Oh, painless was that?
We can spend hours
Oh.
on guides and
Yeah, all right, so.
in front of us, it's $1 million.
Office of the CAO, 9.4.1, CAO 2023-11, Potawatomi Water Supply. This is another lengthy
Oh, good.
one. Oh,
Carly's.
what did it do?
For you, Deputy Mayor Pringle. So you did take the vote on the amendment
Oh.
to the main motion.
Yep.
However, you have not taken the vote on the main motion as amended.
And we have a mover and seconder already for it. So I need to call the vote on the main motion as amended. All those in favor? That is carried. Perfect. All right. Try this again. 9.4.1 CAO 2023-011 or -11 Potawatomi Water Supply. Oh, it's only 10 to 9.
We've got another meeting.
Yeah. That council directs staff to engage with staff at the City of Owen Sound to explore feasibility and assuming the responsibility, administration, and management of the city water supply that exists in the veteran subdivision of Brook, and with the installation of the bulk water meter, and that staff work with city staff to developing an agreement that the township may extend this service at the township's cost to Aiken Strive, and that if it is possible that such a service includes fire suppression along the length of the new water infrastructure corridor, and the staff will negotiate a proposed connection fee from the City of Owen Sound for establishing 25 new connections to the city water system, and that the only residents connected to the Potawatomi Municipal Supply shall be connected to an alternative supply at this time, and that staff be directed to organize and host a community meeting with residents of Aitken Street to answer questions in respect to water supplies, and that staff be directed to engage GSS Engineering as part of the East Linton Master Services Project to undertake a design process, a costing exercise for the supply, and that staff bring back a report as part of the budget 2024 on potential costs, funding avenues, and timelines for the new services to be established. I need a mover and a second. Councillor Shoalice, Councillor Day. I'm going to turn this over to Niall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pringle. I will keep my opening comments fairly brief. I think we've talked a lot about servicing this evening, and you had a strong delegation on this topic. So obviously, this has been an outstanding issue for some time. I'm delighted by the discussions I've had with my counterpart at Owen Sound and the support that we've received to trying to find a solution, which in this instance would be an interim solution until such a time as the East Linton servicing, if we decide to go down that route, comes in. So this system that we're proposing today, this solution that is on the floor, has been tabled today, really does build part of that East Linton system. So the infrastructure put in today is not a throwaway cost. It is not not infrastructure which won't be needed in that future scenario that we've talked about earlier on today. This really is investing in the future and finding an interim way of improving a supply to Potawatomi Village and the residents of Atkins Drive. That's what we've got in front of us. We've had some high-level, very initial conversations with the City of Owen Sound. We're looking for your direction today to formalise those conversations and to take them to the next level, as well as to start the more robust conversation with members of community in Atkins that would be impacted by this, and looking at the engineering that would be required. So we have a high level cost, which is enough for us to take forward to budgeting. And so we would be bringing this back as part of the budget process. So there is a second step to the approval of this solution that would need to go through. And obviously some significant conversation that would need to happen between ourselves and Owen Sound on how this would work. The Veterans Subdivision is already supplied by City Water, and the city administers that for those residents. So the city bills those residents and manages the water supply to those residents, and they're currently billed at double city rates, as is the typical process. And so as part of this solution, we would be assuming the responsibility for both the administration and the management and maintenance of the system within the Veterans Subdivision, which is on our side of the city border. And so a bulk water meter would be placed at that point. That bulk water meter we would be paying the bills for, similar as we do in Oxenden for the connection into the South Bruce system. We would be billed double city rates at that bulk water meter. We would be responsible for the system afterwards. So we'd be picking up the administration and management of the system for those residents already in the township that are currently on city supplies, and then extending that out further to residents in our area, in Atkins Drive. So that's really what's on the table. It's about $2.5 million, we believe. So it's a fairly significant chunk of money. We would look at funding avenues that might support this. That is going to be the number that you're going to see as part of your budget conversations in the next few weeks, and we will bring some ideas around the ways in which you might wish to fund that if this was a priority to be funded in the next year. And I am more than happy to take any questions. Before perhaps I do want to reiterate again the collaborative way in which this has been developed. The county has also been involved in some of these conversations as well. There were other options considered, such as bringing it through Nichols Gully, which again, so there have been a number of discussions to get this to this point, and a number of solutions that have been put forward. This we feel is the most appropriate and best direction to be heading in at this time.
Thanks for that. No comments from council. No, Councilor Winters. Oh, Councilor Coburn. Rose.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say Councillor Winters, so I apologize. No, I just wanted to say that I support this recommendation. This has been a long time coming. The folks in Potawatomi certainly deserve this attention. The resultant financial impact is, I guess, yet to be determined, that we'll have to consider, but I certainly thank staff for moving this particular initiative forward. It's been a long time coming, and I'm personally happy to see it here, and I support this. Thank you.
Yep, thanks for your comments. Yeah, no, sorry, I went to Councilor Winters because he threw his hand up, but I think he's got his hand up again. So Councilor Winters.
Thank you. Again, I think this is a great initiative. I think it's a long time coming. I think that the people of Potawatomi deserve this. Just a couple of points, though. If we can verify the 22 or the 25 lots, just so we don't look like we're taking advantage of Owen Sound. I don't want to lose sight, again, of the fact that if we do inherit the VLA, we are inheriting a very old, sensitive water system, and there's liability for the municipality, which I think when we have negotiations should come to the table and be forefront of our position as well. Owen Sound's getting rid of a liability, we're taking a huge one. And I do, because I'm sensitive about numbers and cost, and then our purchasing process, I actually think if we get that stage, we should actually go to an RFP to hire a consultant to do the design and the tender documents. I just don't feel comfortable at this time where we just keep rolling over the same consulting firm. No disrespect to them, but we do owe it to the residents of that water system that we get the best bang for the buck. And I think we have an open, transparent process.
No, great comments. Yeah, no, and I guess basically time's of the essence too, right? The city of Owen Sound wants to get moving forward with doing Alpha Street and Nichols Lake. It's in the real near future, right? So.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Pringle. So a couple of questions there, Councillor Winters. I will loop back in with the delegation. I believe they're away today, and I was glad that Mr. Gibson was able to participate, but I will loop back in with him. We're fairly certain we billed 25 people off that system, so we're not sure where the 3 houses are between the 22 and the 25. So we're billing 3 houses. We are billing 25. There are 25 meters on the system at this point. So I think we're right, but I will double check with Mr. Gibson to make sure. And to Councillor Winter's second point, I think that would require breaking out the recommendation as it stands at this point, and taking that recommendation. I perhaps should have numbered them. That might be something to take away. Taking out that recommendation around the engineering and taking that as a separate item and duly noted.
Thank you for that. So we want to break this in. We want to amend it. Yep, Councilor Winters.
Yeah, my motion would be then to amend the motion that we remove the engagement of GSS Engineering at this point in time, and we actually follow our procurement policy and procedure and put that out for an RFP. Move it from this motion.
All right, do I have a seconder on that? Mayor Carlton. All right. Any further discussion on that? Call the vote. All those in favor for the amendment. All right, that is carried. Now we need a motion to amend to pass the first one, right? Original. All right, going back to the original, we already had a mover and a second. I'm going to call the vote on the original motion that has been amended. All those in favor? It's carried. All right. Number 10, unfinished business, nil. New business, nil. Notice of motion. Anybody have a notice of motion to bring forward? Closed session. Nil. Date of the Rex regular meeting, 5 minutes. It's supposed to be at 6:30. No, if there's no further business, I'll now call adjournment of this meeting. Need a mover and a seconder. Councilor Winters, Councilor Day, discussion. Call the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. We are now adjourned. Thank you.